You did what? You, okay. Mm, what do you mean weird? Describe weird. You were talking about kick yesterday. Mm, okay. Mm. Talking of YouTube, is there any reason why my camera's not being viewed? My camera is there. It's on. Ah, okay. There I am. Yeah. Oh, I was just wondering why there's a purple circle in the middle to saying ME. Yeah. Thank you for that video. I've yet to do anything with it. I've just been busy doing other stuff all afternoon. Okay, I did have a quick scan through it. Only a very quick scan through it, and I noticed it's only the last quarter, maybe. Okay. Mm, okay. Um, I'll fully review it tomorrow and probably create a post tomorrow. And that's all half of those Did you get to see my note document? Okay. No, don't. Well, I only gave it to you after we finished streaming. Well, it's not a terms of services. It's just a load of notes that I created. Yeah. Yeah. I was about to see. Yeah. What do you want to talk about? There it is. Mhm. Not online. No, nothing serious ever happens. Yeah, he had to need staff members to do something serious. Guess what? As we were talking about earlier. Well, like I said, there was no status information. There's no getting up information. No comments from staff members. Well, Bill, Jackal, Barshay. Looking at status, mines.com, and today's the 3rd. July the 2nd, no incidents reported. Incidents. Okay. Oh, did you want to? Did you want to just put an announcement in quantum gatherings? So if Bob or quantum, sorry, Bob or Otto wants to come in. Okay. Did they review that? Is it? That doesn't make sense because I still haven't got access to the Imaginarium, but I've got access to quantum. Poor management. What in your own channel? Yeah, which one channel? And again, now that you've swapped over to using tokens as a membership fee, I've joined you as joined you as well.
I've basically just given up on the whole thing about all that stuff with the token stuff because I mean it's like it's not like it's worth anything
Well,
anymore.
you were only using it to pay for membership anyway, so or pay for your mine's accounts anyway, so you can use tokens just as well, can't you?
You can't. Those are off-chain tokens. They don't apply as like actual online tokens. They're two separate token systems altogether. So I'll get like 2.3 offline tokens, which are absolutely worthless and not worth anything whatsoever.
Can't you create people?
Now,
I don't
I
know.
could be wrong. They have apparently come up with a new conversion system through Coinbase, but I don't know if that's actually authentic or not. You can't take the altman serious when it's talking about anything, So
The locked post that you published 25 minutes ago is working. The video on the
okay,
Praetorian,
cool, cool.
which I presume is the online safety thing from last week.
Yeah.
Looks like. Yeah. Okay. Got
Oh,
133. Yeah, that makes sense.
there's Otto. Welcome, Otto.
Well, good to see you.
Yeah, I can see you.
A
Got
bit
every.
burnt out. I'd better do away with that. We don't need to frighten the audience. Long enough in. And I'm not going to be here too long. I am going to be crashing early. I didn't really sleep great last night. Just waking up a lot, and I had to get up early. And I've been I've been sick the last few days too, so that hasn't helped. But yeah, long hard day at work. Despite all the heat warnings and stuff that shut us down for 2 days in a row, exact same situation, but today they opened for some reason. And 2 more days to go, including what's supposed to be one of the biggest weekends of the year, so it should be very crowded.
Oh yeah, you got 4th of July coming up.
That's got to be the big headline.
Well, Robert, he's wanting to do a 4th of July episode tomorrow, so that's something that we're going to be doing. And like that, that's the reason why he was so hyped up talking with you last night about.
Okay, can you call it the Treason Day show?
No, we're gonna call
treason
it.
Never prospereth. What is the reason? For if it does prosper, none dare call it treason.
We're gonna call it the birthday for the greatest nation that ever existed in all of history. In all of history. we know, or actually, we're going to call it liberation from a tyrannical government day.
Well, those Hanoverian upstarts, when their true Stuart monarch was waiting in the wings the whole time.
I mean, dude, has nobody
You couldn't do worse than Charles. I mean, at this point,
has nobody?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a king with a dachshund would be pretty cool. You know, he's got a shtick. You know.
Well, I mean, has nobody freaking ever watched Braveheart? I mean, seriously, dude.
Well,
You know,
that's history of a sort.
well, kind of.
You can't build a domestic policy on that.
Well,
You could.
I would honestly think that William Wallace did freaking child freaking that French girl's freaking baby. Though, to be honest, that does make sense because it's been a while and I can't get the name straight. But the guy that they reference in that movie, he was killed by his father for being a homosexual.
Mm.
So that actually is true. Well, they showed his boyfriend getting thrown out the window, but they don't mention the fact that he was actually freaking put to death, I think.
So you see when they complain about, you know, Muslims altering the fabric of British culture, we see that there's an old tradition of defenestration of people of, shall we say, non-traditional sexual orientation.
Well, I mean,
I always say that throwing him out of the window was a Muslim thing.
And what's his name? King James, you know, they don't, a lot of people, especially the English, they don't want to admit that he was a homosexual too.
Well, you know, they would throw that around a lot at people back then. I mean, we don't have a time machine. It's hard to tell. In some cases, you know, it can be pretty obvious. I mean, when there were some people, especially in the aristocracy, that just didn't bother to hide what they were doing because it's like, hey, we're the aristocrats. We do what the hell we want. But at other times, I think it was something that was kind of thrown at people. You know, so it's really hard you've got like only a limited surviving, you know, number of surviving records. And if you read like 3 different books, all written by, you know, the enemies of someone, they might very well be repeating a story. On the other hand, you know, you've also got to also accept that people at the time would have a better idea of what was going on than people now. But I do know, like I've read of, I know when Francis Bacon, some bishop did some kind of a sermon saying he was terrible and he had boyfriends and this and that and this and that. I mean, it's true he married very late in life and had a lot of close male friends. You know, who knows? You know, I hate to say it, there was a certain fashion sense to it too, I think. I remember a very interesting article about Oscar Wilde and that homosexuality was kind of a fashionable artistic thing. You know, he really actually liked girls, but it was he just kind of like affected it because it was like, you know, the artistic thing to do. I don't know.
Oscar Wilde was about the most flamboyant man in history, dude. Like to even say freaking Oscar Wilde was straight is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
He had kids. I mean, he had a wife and kids.
Well, maybe bisexual. he could have had, and I think bisexuality is really like the guilty complex conscious. You know what I mean? Because like they have these homosexual feelings, and like they're told that they need to be straight and have babies and have kids, so they got that conflict going on, Because
Well, that was also a duty in a lot of families in the old days, especially. You were expected to marry, and you were expected to produce heirs because the family was a lot more than just you. It was seen as something in time as well as space. A house would be passed down for hundreds of years, but you needed more kids and grandkids. The old joke about, where's my grandkids? Where's my grandkids? That was a very real thing. And especially people, he was part of the what would they call it, the Anglo-Irish gentry. Very well-to-do people in their circle, and you were expected to maintain the family. So no matter what he really wanted to do, as far as who he wanted to be close to, he would be expected to be married, and he would be expected to have kids. And they would well, in the old days, you never even met your wife until you were married. You're 10 years old. You're arranged to you're married. You'll meet your bride in another 5 years and at a special ceremony, and you'll consummate the wedding in another 3, maybe, unless we change the treaty. It's like
that's not.
So I can see where you might like to do other things, but you did have the social duty, to fulfill first. So
Yeah,
and for a guy like Oscar Wilde, who was all about, I think he was all about being genuine. He was all about, he was very against hypocrisy. I see that a lot in his work. And that was a thing with those guys too. And he was an amazingly insightful critic. I mean, the guy was brilliant.
He was a national hero to Cuba, right? They've actually, they've got a monument built for Oscar Wilde down there in Cuba, because they give them a lot of credit for them liberating themselves from the Spaniards, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was very, very he was real active down there. I know that much, and because I know he did some time in Key West. He was the reason why I found out about the cats with the weird paws. They got like an extra freaking paw down there.
Oh, right.
And I found out a whole bunch of other stuff. Like I found out Cuba actually considered him as like a national hero and stuff. So.
Wow. I had heard about him when he toured the United States. I was like he was went out west, the Wild West, and apparently I think it was a bunch of really roughneck miners. And here comes this guy in his little Lord Fauntleroy suit, right? And he's going into this bar with these guys, these whiskey drinking, hardworking, 6-gun toting, Wild West kind of miners. And apparently they got on like a house on fire. He drank right with them, brawled. It was like, he could be a real.
He was an adventurer too.
He-Man. He held his own, apparently, by all accounts. And they thought much of him by the time he left. It's like he could hold his. And yeah, well, when you're an adventurer, you got to be ready for different, situations. I mean, I'm sure he never came across anything like that in the salons of London, but he was prepared for it. Welcome to the Klondike Zone. We've got whiskey and whiskey.
We're doing a history lesson on England and the British Empire, and I think Mark Edwards is completely quiet. He doesn't want to hear this shit.
Well, the Empire.
You guys got to bring
up back at the Empire. It looks really good compared to what replaced it in a lot of instances, but at the time, people were, I think, people always resent empires. It's really just like in Monty Python. Where it's like, what have the Romans ever done for us? Oh, I don't know, roads, public order, sanitation. They managed to impose regular weights and measures, makes trade more effective. Thousands of ways. Like the rampaging hordes leaving hospitals, universities, and libraries in their wake. It's terrible. But people get resentful. And they never ask themselves, well, what are we going to replace it with? And in this case, I think they were trying to replace it with America. And then America basically stepped back to the plate. There is that conspiracy theory that was Churchill's whole plan. I mean, that's the whole thing about when they did that Lend-Lease thing. The U.S. Treasury bled the British. They insisted on the sale of every British asset in the United States at wartime prices. They took a massive loss. They weren't going to get any Lend-Lease stuff until they knew they were broke. So you've got to be. It's sort of like here we have a thing where if you go on like public assistance and you own a house, they take your house. You can't have a house and go on public assistance. So that they put a lien on the house. They have something basically where you have to give up all of your own property and then become a ward of the state.
You should have been. You should have been on with us last year when we did Roger's Real Time Talk Show. Me and Mark went through the EU and how it was created. Okay, and I'm going to tell you right now, after World War II, it is frightening what these people did. Okay. Like it was you either freaking did what these people told you to do, or you got no benefits at all. And I mean, you're in an area where everything is destroyed. So if you want your house back, you're going to do what they tell you to do for credit.
Oh yeah.
They treated their own people like slaves, dude, on a credit system.
Credit slaves. That'd make a good Dude, Where's My Wallet episode.
I mean, it was very insightful for me. Now, Mark, he was real quiet. He didn't really talk very much, but
this isn't a bad time to think about the empire.
Well, I mean, I know how you looked at me, Mark, right there. I'm just saying you really didn't kind of give your opinion too much on it. You know what I mean? At the time, I think you kept quiet about it. But
in what regard?
Well, like the fact that like these people were put on a credit system, and in order for them to
this was long before the EU. This was long before the EEC.
Well, that was the basic building of it. First, they took over the freaking power, the power and energy areas, everything that was capable of building a nuclear weapon. Or military. That was what started the EU. That's how they did it. They took.
We don't want the Germans to have access to that. Yeah, no. The French have it. My God.
What they did is they made it to where they had a freaking organization that oversaw all of the resources in Europe, and that's where the EU started. And it was the coal. What were they calling themselves? Friends of the coals or some shit like that.
Yeah, I can remember.
Coal and steel.
Something like that. But that's a very sort of broad regional.
Well, I mean, that's exactly where they got their start. You know,
all things start from small beginnings.
Mm-hmm.
All things start from small beginnings. It was the moment they started teaching the commoners to read and write, and all started going downhill from there. When only the priesthood knew how to write the hieroglyphics. But ever since First Kingdom Egypt, it's all been downhill from there.
Well, even Egypt is debatable. Now they're trying to say that like they built all those freaking monuments and they didn't use slaves. Like, but then they. You know, in order for you to own land, you had to go and you had to do work for freaking the pharaoh.
The thing about ancient Egypt, and actually even later Egypt, because they kept the same system, they used a lot of different words, but basically the entire country and all its inhabitants were the private property of the king, the pharaoh.
Mm-hmm.
And the priests had all kinds, the temples had all kinds of land and privileges and this and that. But just about all the agriculture, everything you did, all your land, everything, ultimately it belonged to the crown. So when it was time to build pyramids, you just went and did it. Now, that's arguably slavery when you don't really have a choice. I mean, they say, it was built by agricultural laborers. It didn't have anything else to do. Well, maybe they wanted to rest, after working hard all the rest of the year. This was their traditional off hours, but it's like Pharaoh's like, no, start hauling these huge 30-ton stones. That'll be a great way to relax in your vacation time.
Right.
So, in a sense, that the whole place was a giant slave plantation. If you look at it that way, they had ways of putting it, and there were like different steps. But at the end of the day, you did what you were told.
Yeah.
So I know people say, well, it wasn't really, and it really wasn't built by slaves as such. It was just built, I guess serf would be a closer way to look at it. You had to like pay a tax to do everything in Egypt. It was as bad as today. You wanted to sell something, you had to pay a tax. Buy something, pay a tax. Grow something, you had to pay a tax. You had to get permission from the king to grow a certain crop. You had to pay a tax and buy the crop from him. It was all like a big giant company store. No wonder it was wealthy. The Ptolemies took it over because it was the wealthiest place on the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
And
you know what?
And it's completely based on exploitation of the working class. See, I'm tired. I get Marxist.
You know what gets me about all that though? You were talking about taxation. They can find paperwork when it comes to taxation, and find paperwork when it comes to other countries, other kings sending gold to them for tributes. But they still don't have the freaking blueprints for the freaking pyramids.
Well,
okay, now you have a project that big. I'm sorry, but you are not going to send workers out to do a project that big without blueprints.
Oh, they knew what they were doing, and I'm sure
not
they had
every
plans.
single person, dude. Like you're going to have crews that are going to need to know this is what you do.
Oh yeah, and you need an architect. There has to be an architect that plans it all. I mean, you have to know where to put the blocks, when to put them there, when to get them there. The logistics are staggering because you're moving like a 50-ton, 20-ton, hell, a 1-ton block. If it arrives at the wrong time, you're screwed. No, it doesn't go in that layer until 2 days from now. What do you do with it in the meantime? You can't take it back. So yeah, there was a lot of logistics there, and I'm sure there were all kinds of paperwork, plans, and stuff that didn't survive. Hell, they probably just put it on scraps of things. Didn't even bother hanging on to it. And besides, if I was a pyramid architect, would you really want the plan sitting around? Then they might not need you anymore.
Well, I mean, the deal is like they've got writings for freaking the Amtuat. You know what I'm saying? The hieroglyphs and the tablets that freaking that you have to go through in order. Right. That's so funny. Mark, your camera's messing up.
Yeah, I know. I just noticed that.
You're getting smaller and smaller, Mark. It's like the amazing shrinking Lord
It's
Edward.
like you're supposed to be.
It's like, they're a little smaller. They look over. It's like, dude, you're half your size.
I was like, that's the first time that shit has ever done that. It's like
the gremlins.
I told him, I'm like, there's weird shit going on the internet, and this is the freaking evidence. I was just telling him that before you came on. I was like, when it comes to like the OBS and doing the streaming and everything, it's just things are weird and working different. And like this has never happened to him ever.
I know he usually has complete control over his electronics.
Yeah. Somebody has snuck in and
there you go. There's the full size.
I'm going to improve that a little bit.
Don't.
We want the full economy size, Lord Edward.
Well, at least we know there's not naked Oriental girls. At least we know that there's not naked Oriental girls behind the freaking curtain.
Well, they're on the other side of the room, I'm sure. They're all wearing masks and making up these big packages, right? What was that movie? I forget. My buddy used to love that.
It did it again.
You shrank again. You're like 1/3 of your size.
So I'm just playing around there, just trying to improve this a bit.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There we go.
There you go. Well, at least we know.
It looks about right.
At least we know now that the little Oriental girls aren't back behind the curtain like we thought. Like that's.
Well, we know that there isn't like just gleaming, riveted surfaces and blinks and like a window where you're showing like the Earth from like high orbit or something. It's like he's really been in a spacecraft all this time, pretending to be an Earthling. I'm not going to see her from the planet Klingon.
That's more of Robert. Oh my God, I don't get where he comes up with it. Where he thinks right. Mark looks like a Klingon. I never once even thought about that. I think because he likes what's his name,
Worf.
Worf.
Oh,
He
I
really.
always like Kalas. He was the cool one.
Mhm.
I think.
Oh,
What was the one? It was in the original series. I think John Colicos played the Klingon commander, and they were very different Klingons than they developed later.
oh,
He was
what?
like a super Nietzschean. The weak will perish. We'll have a glorious war, Kirk. This will be fun. Sorry to have to kill your old boy, but that's what we do. The
But
strong must survive.
you just brought it up. Like for me, I think the coolest Klingon was what's his face, dude that played as on Back to the Future as the professor.
Oh, right. Yeah, that was in the later series,
No, he was
I
in the
think.
TV series too.
Was he?
Yeah, he was actually in there. He was in part 2 or part 3 for the movies.
Uh-huh.
But he also played a Klingon in 1 or 2 of the episodes too.
Huh.
He
Yeah.
he played part 3. I think he was probably the best Klingon when it comes to it. Even though in the movies they changed the way Klingons look. I, I agree with you. I didn't like that too much. But I think they wanted to give him more of a reptilian look.
And I always thought Mark would be more like, I'm thinking like somebody standing with Claude Rains, Basil Rathbone, and those guys in a medieval drama wearing a tabard of some sort, a big gold chain and a rapier. But then again, you've got the hairstyle for it.
Yeah.
A little circlet. Actually, make a good Prince John.
If he was around
But,
during the
but Claude
time,
Rains did such a great Prince John, though.
if he was around during the time of Shakespeare, he would be one of the dudes that were like getting in a
Ooh,
knife
he'd make a
fight.
good King Richard.
No, he would get in a. He'd be one of the dudes getting in a knife fight with Marlowe.
That was an assassination,
Well, I
and it
mean,
could have been faked too.
yeah.
There is evidence it was a fake death.
Well, I've already told you my point on that too, because like he is straight up affiliated with freaking with a lot of the people that were in the Secret Service back then. What was it?
Oh yeah, that's pretty well accepted and documented.
What was
They
it?
actually sent a letter to his college when he was at forget what university he was at. I think it was Cambridge, but anyway, though they said he was ready. He was supposed to be given his degree, and he just hadn't been to class. So they sent a letter. Was it Burgley or someone said that he had been busy on Her Majesty's service, where he had done good work. So you better give him a degree, and it doesn't matter if he showed up for class or not. And they gave him his degree.
And
So,
he was
but I
always
mean, and this guy with Burgley was the head of the Secret Service. So it's like, this guy was working for me. There it is in black and white. It's like,
he was affiliated with Roger or Francis Bacon's uncle, I believe. It was his uncle that was running all of that. And
Cool.
like the Bacon family, if you do further research on them, they were considered like one of the earliest geniuses in the Middle Ages. All of them were.
Oh, they were brilliant men. Francis's putative father was, I believe, it was Lord Chancellor himself, and Keeper of the Privy Seal. Very important man in the realm. His mom was active at the court, and his brother was himself. Anthony Bacon was heavily involved in the Secret Service. So these guys all circulated at the highest levels. I mean, Francis Bacon, although Elizabeth really never rewarded him the way he felt he deserved to be, still he was hanging out with the Queen. That he was at top of power, even though like he was very disappointed at his knighthood, which was basically she didn't even knight him himself. It was like with 50 guys. It was like a mass knighting and stuff. But notice what happened when James came down from Scotland.
Yeah.
It was like bam, suddenly, your Lord, made him Lord Verulam, then Viscount St. Alban. Like, I think it was like 1 year after the other. It's like, bam, okay, we're going to make you a baron. You know what? Let's make you a Viscount. And he was actually regent at one time. James had to go back to Scotland for something, left Bacon in charge of the entire country. I mean, that's an interesting kind of gesture to make. I mean, obviously there was contact between them before. Bacon was really big on the, James succeeding. I mean, it did solve a hell of a lot of political problems at the time, if you think about it.
Well, you can't.
Scotland and England would stop warring as they had been for centuries before then. That had always been like a dagger in the heart of the country.
Well, you can't give credit to your brother like that. Like, so when she knighted him, there was an issue there. Like, she couldn't let people know that they were actually brother and sister.
Well, one story is that Bacon was her son.
Boy, yeah, actually, it was.
And that's why James is like, well, he was like a cousin on the left-hand side of the blanket, as 'twere. So, you traditionally trusted bastards. And of course, in that great play, The Tragedy of King John, written by William Shakespeare, as they say, in that character of the bastard, if you're familiar with the play, you've got a bastard of Richard the Lionhearted. You've got King John, and King John is, I mean, he's king and everything, and he's not evil in this play, but he's not very great as a king. Whereas the bastard, he's the one that really leads the play. He's the brave one. He's the guy that puts heart in John. He's the loyal follower and the loyal fighter, and shows himself all through the play to be a much better man and much better suited to be king. Much as the bastard Francis Bacon probably would have been a much better king than the rather, well, James had his points. I mean, the country did survive being next door to Spain, which was like the big problem that they were having at that time. But yeah, it's all suggestive. It doesn't really mean anything, but it's very suggestive. Was Francis Bacon the last of the Tudors? Well, it would have been Tudor, though. What was his father's name? Was it Dudley? Look that up.
I'm not sure. I would say Tudor.
Was it Francis Bacon's secret birth? Francis.
Elizabethan? Maybe.
Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. I have read, apparently there were documents found at the Escurial, which were basically diplomatic notes sent by Spanish diplomats, who were the kind of people that would send diplomatic notes, obviously diplomats, which talked about Elizabeth being in love with Dudley or even being secretly married to him. But this would have outraged Spain at the time and caused a lot of severe problems. Certainly they were very close, but the theory is that Bacon was their son. And there are some odd things about his birth registry. He's registered as Mr. Francis Bacon. That's kind of odd. Master Francis Bacon. None of the other members, none of the other kids were called anything but their names. Anthony Bacon, Tom, Dick, and Harry Bacon. And then Master Francis Bacon. It's kind of interesting too. Or it could just be, a drunk guy. They did drink a lot back then. They didn't really have coffee, or not much. Imagine, good morning, Lord Edworthy. Here's your cup of sack to wake up with. I mean, you really wouldn't get much done, it seems to me. I don't know how they did anything.
Well, I could talk about
small beer.
History. Yeah, I could talk about history of living next door to an alcoholic and waking up to cancer foster. Yeah. That was all the time.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so. But I don't know. Bacon, an interesting guy. We had a pretty good little talk there that one time. We were talking about Shakespearean and Baconian subjects. That was using that cool setup you had, Roger, about timing people and stuff. Giving people a chance to reply. I'd like to do that again on some topic sometime.
Wasn't that some like a 3-episode series? 4 episodes?
Yeah. Yeah, we had it kind of planned out. And yeah, even my academic brother got kind of interested. He showed up and made some postings in the chat thing. So
one of our earliest series. Yeah.
I thought that technique worked really well, that framework. Because it's tough when you have a lot of people. I mean, it can be fun, but to actually accomplish something, go from point A to point B, it's easier when there's some kind of structures. Oh, dare I say Roger's Rules of Order? See what I do with that? I think Roger went to get coffee or a smoke.
Maybe.
That's why I like to sit out back. I can enjoy my little pipey here, and having some of that good. This is a steam pressed flake again from Garworth Hogarth, and I am going to try. I don't generally go for flavored tobaccos, but they've been going on in the forums about something they call the Lakeland Essence, that only the tobaccos made in the Lake District have this. And so I'm going to try just a couple of ounces. So I've never really been really overwhelmed by tobaccos that have a lot of topping and flavorings and stuff like that. What I smoke generally is just tobacco, and the flavors come from how the leaf is processed. So, it's dark fired or this or that. When you flue cure it, it has a lemony flavor. So this will be an experiment. This will be a kind of an experiment. Be sending off for that. See where it takes me. I envy you that you're so close to the source.
Yeah, I was going to say Lake District tobacco all the way to the US. I would imagine the import duties on that one is extremely expensive.
Well, it comes out to, let me take a look at, get the price right here. Let's see, log in. Okay, so let me see. How about this one? Here we go. So I generally buy a half a kilogram at a time. And let me see. So the Kendall Dark tobacco, shag cut, which I find very useful. 500 grams, $73.97.
Okay.
And that will last me a long time. That's like weeks and weeks and weeks. More than a month.
I go for 50 kilograms. What's this? Yeah, sorry, 50 grams. Not 50.
Yeah, I was going to say 50 keys. Well,
50 grams every 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, no, there are people that will cellar their tobacco, and I read on the forum, I got 20 kilograms of this yet. Or, it's like, wow, that's a lot of tobacco. The most I ever buy at a time, I might buy a kilogram if there's a good sale or something. But, and there was one point where there was some issues with some of the tobacco brands. So I, stock up when you can't get them. But no, this stuff seems pretty available. So, get a half a kilogram every few months. And, but I like to try some different tobaccos on the side just for a little flavor. But I'll tell you, I'm really appreciating the shag cut of the tobacco too. It stays lit so easily. You don't have. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're sitting on the back porch or something and you can relight it. But if you're on the road or out doing something, it's nice to be able to light your pipe and it's lit. And you put it down for 10 minutes, pick it up, it'll still be going. There's just something about the way the shag just holds a coal really well. And in the old days when they didn't have lighters, you didn't want to have to light. You'd have to get find a fire somewhere, take pipe lighters, little bits of paper. So yeah, if you could just light your pipe once and pour that whole pipe, it's a great thing. And shag tobacco is a wonderful thing for that, especially when I'm driving. If I got shag in the bowl, it's just like light it up, do my job. I measure how far I have.
One reason why I prefer doing rolled up cigarettes rather than straight cigarettes or commercial cigarettes. I can stick it down in an ashtray and then not worry about it just going down. It just naturally.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the machine rolled cigarettes have, well, you can control the size of your cigarette, and you don't have all the chemicals added to it, presumably. They have, I don't know about in the UK, but in the US, they have a chemical to retard burning, so it doesn't light you on fire. They have other chemicals to encourage the burning, because the retardant chemical doesn't make it burn right up. There's other chemicals to keep it moist, and there's glycerin and this and that. And it's like, wow, what are you smoking besides tobacco? So at least if you're buying, your own tobacco, you can, you have a good chance of getting something that doesn't have all the treatments they do. Just because, and again, they're putting them in a paper tube, be kept that way for months. The preservatives, stuff like that, packaging.
Back in the early '90s, they found fiberglass in some of the cigarettes, and you do like a recall. I remember that.
Was that in the filters?
Yeah,
the filter tips. Yeah,
it was right around '96, I believe.
Yeah, that's another thing. What's in those filters?
Something I've always been confused about. Why isn't there a best before date on tobacco products? I mean, you get best before date on tea, and that's a leaf.
That's a good point. Yeah, I would wager there's some kind of a grandfathering in. They call it grandfather law, but I don't know how you determine it. I know cigarettes will get stale after a while. I mean, if you find a pack of cigarettes that's a year old, they're not going to taste very good. But
I noticed that on bread too. Bread doesn't have an expiration date either.
That'd be interesting to look into. We don't have that here in the States. You don't have it there in the UK. Sounds like a conspiracy.
I think so.
Is this a coincidence? I don't think so.
I was editing the other day and I realized that I should never say stuff like that around Bob, because the moment she hears that, she says that it might be the Mandela effect. That's why I brought it up last night. It's like every time I start talking conspiracy, but you've done it too. You said that could be the Mandela effect. So, like when I start talking conspiracy, you guys automatically think Mandela effect. I need to be careful when I start talking conspiracy theories.
Well, I want to go to that alternate universe where Nelson Mandela wasn't a violent communist terrorist who killed people.
It
was instead this wonderful, freedom-loving individual who was all for peace and brotherhood.
I just don't get the whole Mandela effect when it comes to Mandela. I just don't understand that. Like I understand like the basic principles behind what they're saying when Nelson Mandela took over the government and stuff, but like I mean. There's so much more when it comes to the actual Mandela effect. I don't see that. They're saying that what was it that he was they're saying that all of a sudden he was supposed to serve time in prison, and then there was supposed to be something that where people said that never happened.
He was in prison a long time.
Yeah. And then they said that like when he was alive, he gave a speech, and that what he was saying and what the freaking sign language person was putting onto the television for two different things altogether.
Well, I've heard that happens a lot more often than you'd think. Because not that many people look at the sign language person, and sometimes I even heard of one case where somebody went up and they didn't actually have a sign language person, so they just put somebody up there to make signs that they made up or something. Somebody noticed and they got in trouble. It was a minor politician somewhere. and I just wanted to have someone. And the signs were like fucking ridiculous. I know a little sign language because I worked in human services. A lot of people use it there, but some of them are kind of odd. But
Mark, he's the one that got the reaction the most. I was trying to hold back, and then when he busted out laughing, I couldn't stop. You do realize, like, you just literally bursted out in laughter when he said that, don't you, Mark? Just now, you literally just. Can you imagine? Just go up there and throw your hands together and do a bunch of shit. Don't worry about it, guys. Pretend like you know what you're talking about or doing.
Well, like I said, a lot of the times you can get away with it. I mean, very few people use sign language, and but all you need is one deaf guy in the crowd. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? You said, what? My mother was a saint. How dare you? I have no idea what you're saying. Who knows what you're telling the people? I mean, I just finished doing episodes of Stir the Fallout, so I've still got like ideas stirring in my head. That might actually become a part of my script. I'm gonna do it. I'm just like doing like cool freaking signs and stuff, like 1, 2, 3, 1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, whatever. Well, it worked out pretty good.
I think I'm gonna come up with something that's new. I'm gonna call it Roger's Rock and Roll Roller Coaster.
Wow.
I did a AI generated thumbnail for it, and the headlines that I posted that I had on my default for YouTube that I showed Mark and them yesterday. I put it in the generated part, and it's actually come out good. And then after it says Rogers Roller Coaster or Rock and Roll Roller Coaster, I put bitches love it, and then I had like a dog that just had a litter of puppies.
Oh,
with their tits all hanging out and puppies freaking feeding them, her feeding them. And then it had like a red arrow pointing to her. It's pretty cool. I haven't been able to post it up on Elements Matrix yet, but it's because I haven't really had it. I'm not able to post like pictures and videos up on it yet. So one of these days I'll figure out how to get that filled out.
Cool.
But it's pretty cool, and I did another one for that new garden project that me and Robert's doing. It came out pretty good, except for don't pay attention to the world map.
What world is it?
It's not Earth. I'll put it to you that way. I was looking at it, and it had North America, and then since it had Bob Dub in there and her kiwi and stuff, it had like a arrow where it was supposed to point from North America to New Zealand, but they put it frickin' New Zealand where South Africa or South America is supposed to be. And then the shape of America isn't even right.
Well, maybe that's the universe that the LLM came from.
Other than that, it looks cool as heck. I mean, it really does. So I went ahead and started using it. Or I did use it. I'm gonna put it on as a thumbnail for the first episode. It's called Growing Together.
Cool. Yeah, I saw that. I think it looked really neat. I didn't look at it really close. I didn't look at the map.
So don't pay attention to the map. And don't tell Bob Dub about the map because.
Well, I won't mention it, but if she might notice it herself, though. You never know.
Yeah, I know.
She's good at noticing stuff.
She will. Well, just don't tell her. She'll probably.
She's very good. She remembers something I said to her like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
She'll say, "But Otto, 5 years ago you said this," and which I think all women sort of have this ability, but she's very good with it because she's usually very accurate. And I'll tell you the truth, I don't remember something I said a couple of years ago necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
But usually she'll tell me. I said, "Well, what did I say?" And she'll tell me, and I can say either, "Yep, that sounds like something I would say," and 9 times out of 10, I'm like, "Yeah, I think I did say that. It sounds like something I would say." And sometimes it's like, "Well, I think what I meant was this," and explicate it. And then sometimes I say, I never said that. Actually, I don't think I've ever said that. She's never ever quoted me about myself at any time that I ever. She's always, yeah, she's never lied. She's never like made anything up or hallucinated anything I said. So yeah, 9 times out of 10 she gets it right on the button, and like 1 time out of 10 I kind of got to modify it a little bit. I said I kind of said that, but what I probably meant was this. Sort of
Well, I do that a lot too, with the marketing. And then I'll say something and it was supposed to mean something entirely different, or not.
Oh, right.
You know,
I do that too. Yeah, things come out.
Well, that's because we're Americans, you know, and Americans.
Well, I think you have so many ideas in your head. Sometimes they're all struggling to come out, and sometimes they can get kind of jumbled.
It's all colloquial, is what it is. Like we've been taught a new form of English, which is beyond the concept of what the British know. You know what I mean? Like they want you.
Well, we must respect the mother country, but also realize that her day is sadly past, unfortunately. And
yeah, I know.
The great conspiracy of Winston Churchill, the half American, who handed the empire over to America, and Dwight Eisenhower rubbing his hands. Eisenhower did not like the empire. A lot of people didn't like the empire. That was the problem.
Yeah.
And I've talked about like the Irish aspect of that.
Yeah, the
when
Irish.
So many Irish immigrants to America really held on to an anti-British.
Like
I told you they didn't stop. I mean, the U.S. government was basically allowing the Hibernians to send weapons and money to the IRA up until the 1980s. 1980s, not 1880s, because there were obviously elements even in the American intelligence services that didn't think this was necessarily a bad. I mean, I was kind of shocked when I heard about this. Like, oh yeah, Reagan cut that off. What? Reagan? That's a long time to kind of.
Now, if you really want to talk about that, when it comes to the Irish, you know that they're the ones that came up with the word Tory, right?
What word?
Tory. Tory's the Scottish term for Tory, or not Scottish, but the Irish term for Tory is chicken feed. A bunch of chicken feeders.
I don't know much about the Irish language. I believe that the word kibosh is of Irish origin.
Now, the word Tory came from the Irish.
Really?
Yeah. That's where it originally started. We found that out in the second year. We did Rogers Real Time Talk show because we started talking about the conservatives in the beginning and how it developed from the Tories to the conservatives, and I believe it was the Peelites too that were involved in that one thing, Mark. With Peel.
So, sorry, I lost everything for a second here. Mark, your camera's jumping around again. You're getting
because we've had an extra person, Robert's, joined us. The sort of views have changed. I think I'm going to go back to what I was doing beforehand.
Didn't you have a system set up that was capturing your face and following you?
Say that again?
Didn't you have a system that was capturing your face and following you with your camera?
Yeah. Well, no, Jitsi does that automatically.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't happen on Microsoft Teams, but it just automatically happens on Jitsi.
I have had cameras that do that automatically.
Yeah.
You
So
become
I'm
tiny,
like,
dude.
and
That is so weird, huh?
jeez.
I don't know how professional that is.
There, that's better. That's the mark we want to see.
I know.
Make them out.
He
No, I
gets.
don't have good eyes. I need a full size Lord Edworthy here. I can't do these
I
minuscule.
know that's freaking him out too, because he's always trying to be professional about everything. So I know it's
Lord Edway.
well, we've confirmed that there aren't little Asian, naked Asian girls back behind the curtain.
That's just a set he's sitting in front of, and he's got another set behind that, and another set.
Oh, me.
In a vast underground bunker.
Oh, yeah.
That was the thing we were doing with within the vacuum, putting him in a big hollow volcano. It looks like everything's working now.
Yeah, I'm still having problems making every other word out from Roger.
Now, Robert, you need to put your mic down.
Yeah, we're getting echoes.
Put your mic down. So that,
Oh, okay.
yeah, because when you have it up like that, it'll cause issues.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Well,
So, what do you guys do in the UK for American Independence Day, Mark? Do you have like these parades where everybody wears sackcloth and ashes, and there's a reenactment? King George III beating his breast, and he says, "Why? Why?"
We don't. Most people don't do anything.
They take him. They take the
in
peasants and they had them run for their lives as they're chasing them down with horses.
no, that's
Horses and
Italy, dude. That is
That's
Italy.
those are Italians.
Come on, dude. It's the running of bull and shit.
The running of the Italians.
Yeah. God, stop mixing
I'm part
it up.
Italian. I can say that.
Stop mixing it up. It's like that's what they do in Italy. They take the peasants and they freaking put them on the street and they release this huge bull that just chases them down the street to their death.
Well, yeah, but so does England. It's just that the England.
Oh, I think
King
that's
and
foxes. I think that's foxes.
Well, yeah, but they dress them up as either way they do.
Oh, I've
Just to-
heard of that. There was a thing where because they thought it was bad to hunt foxes, they would get a person to be the
Yeah.
quote unquote fox, and he would like run around and leave a trail, and they'd have to chase that. I don't think they actually kill him or anything. I would hope not. Because then they'd have to hire another one. You know, the union would probably object. But yeah, I have heard of that. Using a person to replace the fox, so it's
The population went down so far back in the 1800s, they had people do it.
well they
My thing, I'm glad they stopped doing was like they made it to where in England they were no longer allowed to have hanging trees because that's just really un-British, you know, uncouth.
I've heard the English have tails. Is this true? That was an old. I don't you ever heard that one. The Britons had tails.
They used to have
I already wrote
hanging
that.
trees that they would hang roadmen from. So like whenever you were on a road and you were traveling from like town to town, you would literally find dead bodies hanging from trees, dude.
Well, they did that all over the place in the Middle Ages. They had they had a for us a really weird jurisprudence kind of thing where they would like if you stole what was it like up to over a shilling or something you could be executed or so many pence or something I forget it was a very small amount and they could hang you in theory for like stealing a loaf of bread or poaching or this or that. But one of the things about the Middle Ages people forget is they almost never caught the criminals. 99 out of 100 criminals were never caught. So the theory was that if you did catch someone, you wanted to make as big an example as them as you could. So heat up the branding irons and get the wheel out. We finally caught someone. And this is what will happen to you. And it's like, well, there's the 80-year-old retired highwayman with a nice big house. Well, yeah, the dumb guys get caught, kind of deal. And of course, Dr. Dutton argues that this actually helped improve the gene pool. Because the people that were arrested and executed were the, antisocial types who were also stupid enough to get caught at a time when 99 of their brethren got away scot-free with just a little forethought. I mean, no ID, right? No photographs, no fingerprints, no cameras anywhere. You go to the next village. My name is Smith. Who's going to disbelieve you? Well, how do you know? That's my name. It's like, I mean, I think they would regard something like a driver's license as basically ridiculous, because I'm saying my name is John Smith and I have a piece of paper that says John Smith on it. That proves that I'm John Smith. I mean, again, even documents later on, it was like, well, John Smith, this high, this, this tall, brown eyes, blonde hair, no identifying marks. That could be a lot of people.
Weirdly enough, there is no legal requirement to carry identification in this country, unless
Really?
you're, let's say, a teenager and wanting to buy booze or something.
Yeah.
So the only thing that I carry with me with my name on is a debit card.
That's probably considered ID for most purposes these
but
days.
there's no photographs on that.
Right.
So you can drive without driver's license there.
No, you still need to. Yeah, you still need to have a license to drive.
How bad is it over there?
I don't need a license. I don't need some sort of identification just to walk down to the street.
Right. We kind of, I don't know what the law is now. I think in some states, if you don't show ID to the police when they request it, it can be probable cause. But when I was a kid, I very often didn't carry any ID at all, because I thought, I'm a free American, I don't have to carry ID. I would occasionally be pulled over for like a minor traffic thing by the police, and they would say, do you have your ID on you? And I'm like, no. It's like, what's your name? What's your birth date? They'd radio that in. And they'd get back, so-and-so, and this is his description. And he'd come back and say, well, drive more careful next time. And that was it. I was never told you better carry a license or anything like that. Now, granted, this is like 40 years ago or more. So I'm sure things have changed since then, or maybe they haven't. I don't know. I generally just carry, my little bundle of plastic with me. I've got, my license and my plastic credit cards and business cards and phone numbers I want to remember.
The UK's pretty snazzy when you stop to think about it. You can get drunk about it any time when you want. After you hit, you can, like if you're 17, close to 18, you can walk in there and get drunk all you want into them bars.
Generally,
like you said, the legal age is 18.
I would think most pubs would ask for identification at that point. If you're, I've even gone into supermarkets, picked up a bottle or can or something, and I've been asked for identification.
Oh yeah,
I usually just laugh at them. But,
but did they have a thing about vagrancy there in England?
Like you don't have enough money in your pocket?
Yeah. If you don't have that, what do they do about that there in England?
There are bylaws in there, but I think it's those sort of things that are generally ignored these days.
So you can be a homeless person, being in any of them towns, and the law won't do nothing about it.
Yeah. I am aware of a few bylaws, depending on which city, county you're in. But again, those things are so old and nobody thinks and nobody does anything.
I imagine there's no political will to enforce them. And you see that where laws are on the books, but then people are just, for some reason, the society decides that, or the government decides they don't want to enforce them for whatever reason. But yeah, we joke about it around here. When you're going out of the house, well, I got $1 in my pocket, they won't arrest me for vagrancy. But again, it's a joke because I don't know anyone. I mean, one of the things they're pushing for, and I don't think it's a bad idea, is there was a time when people that were so mentally ill that they couldn't take advantage of. We have many programs in this state, many programs in other states, if you're homeless. But some people are just too mentally ill, too sunk in drug or alcohol dependence to be able to to do this. So they wander around, they cause issues, vandalism, this and that. And they used to take people like this and put them in an asylum and put them somewhere because they can't take care of themselves. They're a danger to other people around them. And there was a movement like, oh no, there's just, if people will just accept them and this and that. And also it costs a lot of money to maintain all this stuff. I think that might have had something to do with it.
The doctors. Sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to say it caused a huge crisis, and now people are talking about, hey, this never used to be. What did we do differently then? Gosh, we had mental asylums and institutions for people that couldn't take care of themselves, and the community could actually say, I told you about the person that was walking up and down the street here some months ago, just breaking windows. They're very mentally ill, but they just get charged with minor vandalism. We have a no bail thing here in this state, so it's not fair that you don't have money for bail. So we'll just let you go. They'll get these are not crimes that you can really be put in jail for a long time, but the person is mentally ill. This is a person that needs psychiatric care and apparently is not able to do it on a voluntary basis. Again, there's all kinds of programs inpatient, but it's all voluntary.
Yeah.
All they can do when they break the windows, they just handed the psychological patients over to law enforcement. So they're treating, mental health issues with jail time. Doesn't really work very well.
Back in the 40s, people used to make a lot of money by picking up the people, bringing them to the mental institutions. Mental institutions were paying them $30 a head for dumping people off there to where they can box them up in the mental institutions as lab rats, and they would make money from it, and family members would send their parents and their loved ones there too if they were unable to be done. And they would do experiments on them and all that. Like when you take
it doesn't sound like it's economically feasible because it costs a lot of money to take care of these guys.
Well, yeah, but when you start shoving like 50 guys in one room, and 50 women in one room, and when they defecate, they just defecate all over the floor. And when you slap them into a bathtub of ice in it, and to see how they respond, and you write down on the temperature of their body is, if they're responsive or they, to see how far they're able to go. And then when you fit a bucket over their heads with little holes in it for you to breathe through, and you would set like sticks through the seat, the round of the seat, where your butt would, when you sat down, these things would go into your ass, your butt, and they would tie you there, and if you have to use the bathroom, you defecate into the you defecate into the bucket under the seat, at the mental institutions. They've done what you call that, a bottomized through your eye socket.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they did this sort of stuff indiscriminately.
Oh no, they did it all through the time.
They did it to some people, and I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I still think we need to get the person who's smashing windows up and down the street into an institution. And we can take steps to make sure these things don't happen. I mean, I think they have better oversight today. Well, and I know these guys have a lot more access to lawyers, at least in my state. When I worked in a mental health field, we were schooled again and again in like civil rights, and they all had advocates and social workers and people that would visit them constantly and monitor. So a lot of that stuff. I mean, I worked with people that had been in the old institutions that had been, when they shut them down, people that had been in the system since like the 1940s, and some of them. And yeah, there was some, I saw the results of some really shoddy treatment.
It just made it worse.
Well, yeah, but a lot of the problem was the overcrowding and the lack of staff. Yeah. And a lot of the times the staff, in fact, here we had a big thing. It was something called the Willowbrook state school. It was actually DDSO. It's Developmental Disability Services Organization. That doesn't matter. But Willowbrook was one of these snake pits kind of places. And it was the staff that turned it in. They were sick and tired of having to work under these conditions and treat these guys this way. I mean, you've got 50 guys in your room. You've got 2 people. You've got to feed them all and get their medication in them by a certain time. you're not going to be able to give them quality care. Medication, especially, it all has to do with blood levels. You've got guys on like these heavy antipsychotics and stuff. The blood levels have to be kept, so you have to deliver this medication within a certain window of time. If you don't get it in them, the blood levels can vary. These guys can get violent. They can get sick. So you're in a hurry. It's like pump, 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 pop pills down these guys, pop pills down these guys. You got to get them all fed because we got to get to the next room. And, all right, a couple of spoonfuls of food, stuff like that. And it was horrible for the patients, but it was not the fault of the staff. They were doing their best. And they were the ones, they complained and this and that. And they were the ones that finally shut it down.
But with some of the main people that when it was found out that there was the main people, the doctors and some of the regular employees, they were doing some other things that the other people didn't know nothing about, like raping some of the women.
Oh yeah.
And they were, and some of the people that was there, it just made them went berserk even more worse. Where when you're sitting on like the bungee things, how Vietnam was with the things that pops out. Yeah. Well, they were having the mental institution people set on things like that for 8 to 10 hours straight. And in some cases, they would stick like little electrodes to see how they respond onto the bottom of their feet and hitting them with power.
Well, hopefully we can avoid those abuses in the future.
Yeah.
We don't want that anymore. But yeah, they do some terrible things. And especially just keeping order. They would like have some of the clients, some of the patients, they'd make them straw bosses in charge of the others kind of deal, make little hierarchies, pay them off with cigarettes and coffee, like their own little like prison economy in there. And it's not supposed to be a prison. When I was in school years ago, one of my professors said something that's always stuck with me. He was one of the few people in the psychology department that I really respected. One of the things that when I first got to school and I met all these psychologists, I realized that most of them were really, really screwed up people. And most of them became psych majors because they were trying to figure out what was wrong with themselves. And so a lot of my psych professors were, you could tell they were a little off. But this guy was really cool and I respected him. And he worked at a state mental hospital, I guess you'd call it. And he said to me once, if I had a choice between going to prison and going to a mental hospital, he said, I would pick the prison every time. He says, because you go into the mental hospital and you lose every one of your civil rights. And that stuck with me a long time. And to this day, I remember I came across an article, I probably brought this up before. They talked about people who were suffering the most in mental illness in professions. And they say the people that suffer the most from mental illness are the people in the mental health professions because they never seek out treatment, because they know if you go to seek out treatment and that's on your record, this guy sought out treatment for depression. We can't trust him around mental patients. He might do this, he might do that. That stays with you in that field. You don't dare have anything on your record that you sought help for mental illness. As a result, these guys, many of whom suffer from depression, it's horrible. I did it for 20 years. It's very stressful. And and they simply are afraid to seek out help because of the stigma attached. So it's a kind of a vicious circle, really. But yeah, it's one of the problems with the whole mental health. And of course, if Bob were here, she would go on at great length about the way she was treated by I'm sure we've all heard her stories of the New Zealand mental health authorities. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And this is not uncommon. They have their paradigm and they push it and it becomes an imposition of their authority more than any attempt to heal people, which is, it is an illness. We're talking mental illness, which implies mental healing and mental health.
Well, when I first sobered up, I got really into doing research when it comes to mental health and stuff. And I read about Carl Jung for one thing, and then I went into William James. He's another guy.
Oh yeah.
And then you turn around, you read about Ralph Waldo Emerson, Now,
Mm.
everybody's big on their writing and stuff, but nobody wants to actually read the beginning of the book. You know, when they what do they call it? Their summary or their bio. You know,
Hmm.
the first part of the book when they describe themselves. If you read it, you'll find out that all of these guys got into this type of this field because they had mental health issues themselves. You know what I mean? So in order for
Hmm.
them to help themselves mentally, they had to actually get into the whole profession, and it's crazy. Like Carl
Mm.
Jung talks about having a vision of the ocean turning to blood like a year before World War One starts.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I
know,
heard about that.
and he brought that up on one of his books. I can't remember which one it was. And William James, he said that he was constantly fighting with depression his entire life. When he was growing up, his whole life was just riddled with depression. You know?
Mm.
And the only way he could cope with it was he had to actually learn about psychology. And he's the one that came out with varieties of spiritual experiences.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that.
And
Mm.
Carl Jung almost got discredited by Freud because he used to be Freud's psychologist.
Oh, yeah, he was a disciple of Freud. Yeah, he broke with the Freud school.
Well, what happened was is he gave him his analysis of Freud, and by the time he got about halfway through it, Freud told him he had to stop or he was going to discredit him. And that's when he decided that he was no longer going to follow the Freudian school. Broke away.
You know the story about Freud and Jung when they were talking about psychic phenomena, and Freud was like, this is all poppycock. I'm probably getting the details wrong. It's a famous story. You can look it up. But basically, they were arguing about the reality of psychic phenomena, and Jung was like, "Well, yeah, they're real," and Freud is like, "Nah, no way." He was a strict reductionist materialist. So Jung said these phenomena are real, and as evidence of this, there will be a loud noise coming from the cabinet, and there was a loud thump, and Freud's like, "That's a coincidence," and Jung said, "It'll happen again." Whoomp! It happened again. Freud never talked about it. He changed the subject and never
Hmm.
ever discussed the matter again. I might have some of the details wrong, but yeah, I thought that was an interesting story.
Well, Freud, his big mistake is and don't get me wrong, it does have a lot to do with it. A lot of Freudian philosophy rotates around sex. Everything has to do with something being sex based. You know,
Yeah, I think that was more Freud's hang up.
yeah, that's
He
why.
was kind of projecting. He was like he looked inside and I think he found his most powerful thing was his libido, as he called it. But I don't think that necessarily you can necessarily take his insights into himself and apply them universally, or extrapolate from his own interior ideas about his own weird hangups and use them to construct this whole system. And a lot of his stuff, I mean, I think they backed away from a lot of his theories.
Oh, people get mad at me when I talk about stuff like that because, like, even like when it comes to Darwinism, okay, like everybody thinks that everything that Darwin wrote was true 100%. Now, I pointed out to him that even people who are evolutionists that are working in the field today has discovered new things. So a lot of the stuff Darwin wrote and believed in has actually been debunked because he was writing about this, but they found out that it was something different, and it's evolved from the time of Darwin to now. So the stuff that people in evolution talk about isn't actually what you're reading when it comes to Darwin.
Yeah, well, all scientists, I mean, are the products of their time. And a good scientist realizes that whatever he's doing is temporary, that new discoveries will be made, And what did Newton say? I stand on the shoulders of giants. And I'm reminded of Sir Edmund Halley or Halley of Halley's Comet fame. And I believe there's a portrait of him at the National Portrait Gallery, and he's holding a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a plan of the hollow Earth, because he firmly believed that the Earth was hollow and there were other worlds inside of it. They don't mention that about him, or the fact that Sir Isaac Newton was a very accomplished alchemist, as well as a religious enthusiast. They don't talk about that. They just talk about the mathematics. But these guys had opinions and ideas that reflected the intellectual currents of the day. Just like somebody in antiquity would have been trying to figure out what it meant when Mars entered a certain constellation. It was the best they could do at the time.
Yeah, the Southern Cross too. That's another thing with what's his name? Just talking about.
That was a good song.
So I don't want to be rude, but you're gonna have to do something with your microphone. It's not constant. You sound okay half the time, and then the other half of the time you're just muffling. You just got nothing to do.
Me?
Thin air.
Are you talking to me? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, your sound is a little. For me, it kind of fades. I can still kind of make out what you're saying, but it becomes like mumbly. It loses high end and mid range.
It's telling me every time just now it said that my mic was noisy.
Well, you sound good now. That sounded like I heard every word you said just now.
I don't know. It seems to be acting all weird the whole day. It's just
really
okay. Could it just be sounds like potentially an audio issue?
Well, I don't know if I should take you serious though, because your camera is like doing weird shit. And
I think I fixed my camera now.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like the pot calling the kettle black,
You're clear now. But
So have you heard of that one place where it was open, but now they consider it's a haunted place from where it was built back in the it was used from 18 something all the way up to 1950s, and it was with the basement with 3 stories up. It was for the criminally insane up on top of like a mountain, not a mountain, a real top hill.
Country? Where?
here in the United States. I think.
Yeah, it's here in the U.S.
No,
But it's a big old place too. And they said the bizarre things happens there when people goes there. They see things like there's supposedly a woman pops out, looks around the door at you, and pops back in and just disappears when you get there to that door.
Huh.
And
That's not too scary.
And then the wheelchair, the chain, obscene things that's been going on there. That, like when that one thing that was going around, people were getting sick from back in 19. They sent a lot of people there because they were getting sick, coughing up blood and all that, and they were sending them there as well to help with the hospital
tuberculosis.
Yeah. What years were that?
TB. You're talking about 1920s?
Okay, yeah, it was right around there in that time. This place was really big, and it was for criminally insane, but they had other people there as well, and they were showing the mortuary downstairs and other parts of down in the basement where they would stick bodies at, because there was so many of them there dying that they were down, and they said that over the amount of dead bodies there, people now today, that weird things all through the building, all 4 levels. There's something happening there.
Okay, I'm just wondering your TV then, but the CDC didn't begin tracking cases until the 1950s. 19th century white plague. 1980, 1990s resurgence. Okay, not sure specific date you're talking about or the timeline you're talking about.
But this place was so big and all that. The government, after a while, did shut it down because of other things that we were talking about. Doctors, scientists would do on experiments on the criminally insane.
I think I can find some information on that. Can you guys hear me okay? Because I did my.
Yeah, you sound clear.
No, you sound amazing.
Very
Yeah,
clear,
you
Very good.
I'm
so
gonna drop the window cap so that I can do Google searches on. There's 2 or 3 insane asylums actually me probably referring to that I can run.
Yeah, it's about the length is about like 3 football fields. This place is.
Well, that's not gonna help because like you
Yeah.
need to understand like this is happening a lot back then. And like
Yeah.
tuberculosis, they used to take people like they'll put them out for people that had tuberculosis.
Well, you know,
what
those are the
time frame?
Eskimos. Those are the Eskimos did that, Roger. Come
Well, I
on.
mean, they honestly thought that was healthy treatment for them. You know
Oh,
what I
like
mean?
the treatments? Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
started using oxygen at a certain point. But, you know, the thing about TB is, remember when I think this was like years ago, like 20 years ago or something, but some kind of bird flu was coming out and people were screaming, oh my God, the bird flu, 10 people died in Canada or something like that. And I walked into this place I worked in. It was the nursing station. So there were like 4 registered nurses sitting there. And I said, hey, did you guys hear about this bird flu outbreak? And they all started laughing at me. And they said, do you know how many people die of tuberculosis every year? More than 1 million. They said, this is nothing. And I looked it up. And in fact, I looked it up just now. And it says here that 1.23 million people died from tuberculosis in 2024. So it's still very much with us. I mean, you know, obviously.
Is that nationally or is that internationally?
Internationally. Internationally. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be happening in Britain.
But their
or the
other
United
treatments
States.
were like to see how good can they
So I
breathe.
guess it doesn't matter. You know,
the doctors, they were doing that collapsed lung and letting you breathe, hold it there, and then try to unclapse it to see if it brings it back.
Oh, that was suck
breathing.
having a collapsed lung. Oh, I knew somebody that had that happen to once. Oh my! I can't
Okay.
imagine how horrible that would feel.
I pulled it up. It's Waverly Hills.
Yeah,
That's
Okay.
Waverly Hills. I
that
knew.
place is big.
Well, see
So they have
that.
a podcast or something? Do they have a show?
No, it's well, you go and you buy tickets through.
Oh, okay.
Now this is the place that inspired House on House on Wood.
Yeah,
Oh, that was a classic. That was a
Mhm.
classic.
It was really interesting.
that was the place that they were doing all those things about collapsing lungs, on people, seeing it, have them roll out there into the snow, like 20 below zero. They would roll you out there to see for 5 minutes what would it be like for you, and they would roll you back in, do your pulse and all that,
Right.
and even do the blood work of your blood to see if how much oxygen or however, and then they would try to put your lungs back in place after they re-deflate them.
Interesting. I don't know how they do it today, but I would hate having that happen. It must feel awful.
Yeah, it says that because TB was an airborne lung sickness. Was an airborne lung sickness with no cure at the time. Doctors replaced patients high on skilled fresh care.
Yes.
They also do it like in the wintertime. So the cold air, they put them up top of the roof, bring and they
There's a really good book about that called The Magic Mountain. Guy named Thomas Mann, about somebody that goes up to one of these. They called it consumption back then, but it's basically a TB clinic. And it was written, I think it was like written in the early 20th century, and they were just beginning to use oxygen. They had discovered, like, especially for patients that had lost a lot of lung tissue. So they would have like little bottles of oxygen. I mean, literally bottles back then. It was very new technology, and they would have oxygen in the morning. He was talking about there'd be a little bottle of oxygen out in front of each room every morning for the patients.
really creepy because they also have like a 5 foot underground tunnel called the
Cool.
body.
Yeah, that's where they would stick the dead bodies.
They would use it to like move plants to see out of the hospital.
Yeah,
I worked in a large building with a lot of underground and behind the wall passages and stuff. I think it was probably something like a quarter mile of like tunnels and passages, and so you just got to go through. You'd have like an entrance. It wasn't exactly hidden, but it would just look like a panel in the wall, and then you have to look close to see like there was a little latch on it. But yeah, you open it up, and then like you start walking in these tunnels that nobody else knew about. It's kind of neat.
Now you were talking about Rolling Hills Asylum, aren't you?
Me, Willowbrook.
Willowbrook.
Yeah, that was the one that broke the story. A young Geraldo Rivera made his name in broadcasting by breaking the story of the Willowbrook horrors in New York State. His real name is Jerry Rivers, by the way. He just pretends to be Hispanic for professional reasons.
I remember hearing about Rolling Hills. That was actually pretty creepy. They had that since the 1800s. And it was built on a farm.
Isn't it? It just found out a nice little interesting tidbit. March 24th is International TB Day.
Oh,
There's an International World TB Day. So,
I hope it's World TB Awareness Day. Not we're all going to get tuberculosis.
Yeah.
What the
We have
reason?
to test. When I was in human services, we had to test for TB a lot. There was a lot of TB in the population, as we call them, and one buddy of mine actually tested positive for it.
what is the function of TV?
It wants to live, and it lives inside of humans. And
Yeah, but what I'm referring to is
slowly as possible, so they can
There's
reproduce.
There's no function.
Well, TB bacillus thinks that there's a function. I mean, it's a disease, and it wants to live, and it lives on us, and
Yeah, but
it
how
reproduces
does it
by us
get?
coughing.
But how does it get into you?
You breathe in. I guess you breathe in the germs. I think it's airborne.
And how long
Yeah,
does
it
it
is.
last in the airborne?
That I don't know.
And if you have certain immune things in your body,
No, it don't work out.
well,
Tuberculosis is the breathing. It's actually a breathing disorder.
Well, I mean,
Turns into a
Robert's got a
disease.
point. I mean, you've got an immune system, and they say your immune system cures all kinds of shit that you're not even aware of.
yeah,
You know, I
because
remember-
they have had cases where real strong diseases has came up, and certain people have been immune to it.
Well, people vary a lot, and you can test positive for TB and never show any symptoms because your immune system can keep it in check. But in human services, when you've got that, it shows that you're vulnerable to it. So they have to there's special protocols and stuff for you, and they test you regularly to make sure you're not developing anything.
Okay.
But the thing is, people's immune
I-
systems can only take so much. You can get battered with stuff. I've got this Lyme stuff, which can be very painful at times. Last week was hellish. And it took like 5 tick bites before it built up enough where my immune system just couldn't handle it anymore. I mean, I had Lyme a couple of times, and the antibiotics kicked it out of my system, and I didn't have too much in the way of repeat symptoms. But after this last thing, I haven't really gotten well. I hate to say it. This is the immune system. But as we say in Buddhism, it is a body, and that's what happens to bodies.
Now
They
this is the
fall
interesting
apart.
part. I wanted to pull this up to know what's going on here. When it comes to TB, it's very tricky. First of all, it is an airborne. It is called
Right.
bacterium or microbacterium tuberculosis.
Ooh.
And, bacteria spread through the air when a person with active lung TB coughs, speaks, sneezes. You must breathe in these microscopic bacteria to become infected. It usually requires spreading for a long time. It requires spending for a long time around an infected person, like a family member or co. This is the weird. Not everyone infected with the bacteria becomes sick. The body handles the bacteria in two ways. Okay. Now the immune system traps the bacteria, keeping it inactive,
Yeah, I
or
was just reading that.
the immune system fails to stop the bacteria. Okay, so you can have tuberculosis and think that you don't have it for years and years and years. Say that your immune system fought it off. Truth of it is, it's still there.
You're spreading, but you're not.
Latent TB is not spreadable. It's only spreadable when it becomes active.
Yeah, that's my buddy tested positive for, so they have to keep an eye on him all the time, as long as he's working there, to make sure it doesn't become
But see, you can wake up
active.
later.
But I'm not even sure how they test for it either.
Well, like ain't your white blood
Yeah,
cells?
things can always develop later. Like I said, they've shown that immune systems can only take so much punishment before they'll break down if they're attacked again and again. They did experiments with dogs. Scientists are wonderful. Where they were like they would shave part of a dog and they would apply latex, which they use for surgical gloves, and the dogs handle it fine. But if you put enough latex against the skin long enough, the dog will become irritated. Basically, the body can't handle the contact with the latex anymore. And that's a fact. Again, I was in human services. We used gloves a lot, and a lot of people went over to plastic gloves because the latex, you will eventually get an irritation from using latex gloves over a number of years. And some nurses I knew would wear cotton gloves underneath, but that makes it very difficult to manipulate things. So in the industry, a lot of people have been going over to plastic gloves in an attempt to bypass the I always like latex myself. That's me. I'm old fashioned. My pipe stems are vulcanite. I don't even do acrylic pipe stems. I use vulcanite. That's the old 19th.
Well, I mean, only on my
century.
Do we have cool to take place? Now, hold up. Before you say anything, Robert, we have come up to 67. We're planning on starting the first episode of Robert Talk. Start here before long. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and mine, and we can come back and do first Robert Talk.
Okay.
Sound good to you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So before we go, Otto, just want to give your thoughts so way people figure out get in touch with.
Why, sure. If you'd like to know more about where I'm coming from, you can check out my website. That's navakavada.org. NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. I'm also on minds.com, username Otto_X. That's EX, by the way, in case you're confused. Otherwise, there is a Navakavada channel on YouTube and a Navakavada Buddhism channel on BitChute. And I suggest checking either of those out. And that's about it from me.
Okay. And how about you? People get in touch with you?
Okay. Again, minds.com, username Medworthy.
Right. If you want to get in touch with me and my brother Robert, Hanson. You can contact us on my main account on mines.com, Roger_Hanson. You can also find our group on mines.com, Mines Roundtable, and event. We have all of the videos that we do usually posted up on there, and you can check out. We do them at 15-minute and 15-minute long videos. That's for people who don't have time to watch an hour. You check out the 15-minute clip too. And if you want to check out the full edited version, just join my membership area. Now I've switched it where you can use my token. So, so it's $3 to join it per month, or 2.45, so
2.3, I think.
2.3, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So it's relatively cheap token. If you want to come in,
Yeah, that's pretty good token wise.
you want to support us. So that being said, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the show, like, share, comment down in the comments. I'd love to hear feedback, and we will respond one as long as it's respectful and you aren't being offensive to anybody except for you just say whatever.
Water off a duck's back.
Yeah, I've got thick skin.
Yeah, I think you're like a brick wall, because when they try to be offensive, you shut them down. They just don't know what to say. Go on.
But I was incorrect. It's 2.4 tokens, not 2.3. I just checked my
With that being said, I thank you guys for being here with me. So thank everybody for watching. Good day, good evening, weekend, or whatever time of day it is for you. Okay, I got that done. And
Yay.
now, if you want to, you can stick around. So, you just tired.
I'm very tired. On the other hand, I don't want to miss out with your premiere show.
This is
So,
actually going to be the day too. Like, we're not talking
ooh.
political history. We're talking.
Is this related to those notes you stuck in yesterday?
No, that was actually what I was trying to talk about. Well, in my default upload on YouTube.
Okay, because you stuck it in those a load of bullet points in generals and we were just saying that, but you didn't give any explanation what you were talking about.
That was last year.
You just bullet.
Well, don't. We're going to be talking about socialism, sociology, and
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about this earlier. Yeah.
If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to put a little song drop in for a little while. That way, everybody can kind of check out and give everybody time to step away, smoke a cigarette, drink coffee.
I wish I could have some coffee. But yeah, I'll stick around for a while. If I start fading out, I might have to leave a little early. I am beat, but
I understand completely.
I don't want to miss your premiere show, Raj. I got to be here at least for the start.
Well, I mean, this one, I honestly,
you guys saw what I look like.
I think this one's actually the best one we do. Because me and Mark were talking about it after we did last year. And
yeah,
I was like, man, I really don't give a flip. Bad enough that we did United States, and we did England, and we did the EU. But I mean, I'm not even anything. Middle East, no, that's completely insane. And told Mark, I was like, well, why don't we do something that I was working on the blog time ago to do socialism, Frank school, sociology. Like, people are always talking about freaking social engineering. The majority of people don't even have a clue about. Like, the system's not broke. It was built
Yeah.
You know, I
A
think
lot of times, I think the solutions that people come up with become problems, and a lot of our problems were solutions to previous problems, and then it becomes a solution, but then it becomes a problem.
Yeah. That's the thing that I go with. Like, like, the system isn't broke. It was built that. That's the way. Like, now you'll hear people talk about freaking. You'll hear people talk about how freaking. Now you hear people talk about how freaking we're being lied and manipulated and stuff. They don't understand that this has been going on for quite. It's about social engineering to make you think a certain way.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's no new concept here. Like 1984, freaking 40 years ago.
Geez, yes, it is. Wow, make me feel extremely old.
As long as you still.
He drifts in through the heavy door, shadows stretching across the floor. A familiar ghost with a hungry soul, taking pieces to make him whole. No words required when he arrives, just the pulse of those restless lives. Infamous moving in the dim light, the routine of a long cold night. He is always around when the wind blows in, sucking the spirit right off of the skin. I like the way he lingers near, the only presence I hold dear. When infamous calls by to stay, the rest of the world just fades away. Yes, he is always around to bring the dark relief of everything. Constant as a winter rain, feeding on the joy and pain. He knows the route, he knows the part, the steady beating of a hollow heart. Never leaves a trace behind, just the solace I can find. Leaning back in the velvet chair, the scent of him is in the air. He doesn't ask and I don't tell, a secret toll of this private spell. Stand and knock upon the midnight glass, watching all the hours pass. The silence is a heavy weight until he opens up the gate. He is always around when the wind blows in, sucking the spirit right off of the skin. the dark relief of everything.
I can feel you in my head, like a wild misfight. Instead, I don't sleep, I don't rest. It's just a pulse inside my chest. I will break into the sound, pull the silence underground. I will break. I'm so numb, overload you where I live. Let me out of this time. every breath, every string. I can't pull you out of me. I can't let it fucking be. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, I'm so numb, so numb. Overstayed inside my skin. Let me out again. Twisted nerve, paper thin. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. Hear it, I'm pushing it. Feel it under his skin. Hear it, I'm pushing it. Don't pretend it's not there. You wear it like a second face. You feed it just to numb the taste. I can't hold it back again. Cut me loose, cut me clean. There's nothing left in between. Cut me loose, cut me free. Or bury what's left of me. I'm so numb, overloaded where I live. Let me out of this tight and grip counterfeit. I'm so numb, I'm so numb, so numb. Break it open from within. Let me out again. Tear the nerve, let it spin. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. I'm so numb, I'm so numb. Line by line, cut away from wasted time.
You guys. Okay, so yeah, here we go.
Mhm.
I was muted out. I didn't even realize I was out. I've got everything set up for the background for the new episode. So, what I did forget to do though, was talk.
Yeah. Actually, I like that image. Yeah,
Yeah,
that works. Yeah, that works.
I really put that together too, to be honest. It was interesting. I got another one for Tori and Simple on for thumbnail.
The using the cross as a symbolization for religion could upset a few people, I would imagine. Yeah.
So we've got everything. Got talk point stuff. I'm gonna do it the way Otto suggested doing it for, like we did in the first season. Put out comment, everybody, or like the person making the comment, he talks without being interrupted, and then another person, or one person responds to him. Then
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
then after he responds, the person who made the comment can answer him, or if they don't, next person can make their comment. And then we can go from to the next person. Start. You know how
Yeah.
that way we can do it that way. I have for the second season.
That will only work if you try and keep to a single subject or single
The cool
comment. Yeah.
the cool part is
After all, we know how sometimes you make one comment and it goes into a tangent, and then we end up with thinking about 50 different subjects all at the same time.
we'll do that around the thing once for that first comment. Then after that, it goes first. They can make their comment. We comment that on just you know.
I can think of various people, certain people that will say talk about one thing and then split off to another subject and then split off to another subject and split off to another subject and then expect everybody to remember all the fine
I'm
points
getting
of everything.
I'm getting sick of you picking up.
I'm actually not thinking of you this time.
Yeah,
You are usually on point, but I'm thinking of a couple other people here. Oh, not here.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
So are you guys ready, or you want to give a few? We still got like 6 more minutes before half out. I'm thinking that would be the perfect time to start.
Okay, I'm just going to roll up the cigarette and then, yeah.
Now, Robert, did that make any sense?
Yeah, just try and stay on topic.
Yeah. Robert, yeah. Right. Okay, go off of our cues, because this is very, it's a good way of learning, to be honest. This is probably one of the best ways of doing a meeting. Okay? This meeting, a rope, yeah, nothing. Tries to do this stuff. I mean, he does a really good job. But
I mean, I'm not so much about fee. he does this all the time. Talks about one subject, then jumps onto another one, and then another one, and another
It's
one.
the gummies. It's the gummies.
Mm-hmm. He's got them
He
gummies.
gets so confused, and he gets upset if anybody butts in. The long conversation.
Well,
with
see,
him.
that
And
even
that's,
that even
and
makes for
my reason why.
He's
Like-
young, impatient.
there's different things. Like I've started to realize people enjoy the art too. You know what I mean? They like the chaos. Like whenever a lot of people are intensely into a conversation, start talking at the same time, people watch it. But all of a sudden, views go up. Everybody wants to see what are they bitching about. I mean, I'm not really into all that personally, but I can see it why people.
Well, again, if you're jumping through millions of subjects all at the same time, then you could have to have somebody jumping.
Well,
And
I agree with you on that. Like I told you guys too, in here, you know, I'm tired of doing shit. I'm not gonna be one of those people who get on Facebook, Instagram, Telegraph, all that to find out what the biggest topic of the week is, so that I can get the views, because that's what they're doing. They love that controversy. Absolutely.
I don't know. I've been sort of guilty of this. I mean, as an example, last week online, but again, it's within the context of the subjects that I talk about anyway. But again, I just when I do that, I'll stick to the subjects that I generally talk about anyway.
Facebook has gotten to the point where you'd be really surprised. They're using gummy bears for a thing of making male enhancement go on. Yeah, it actually shows a guy getting by his girlfriend on Facebook. Yeah. I thought, boy, I thought you couldn't do that on websites, you know.
I like the girl that shot her boyfriend. Did you see that? I think it was it Facebook? I think it was a YouTube live stream.
Oh,
remember that? It was stupid. It was the stupidest thing I ever heard of. She had a gun, and he had like a dictionary, something like that, big book. And she was going to shoot him while he's holding the book, and the book was supposed to stop a bullet. Guess what kind of handgun she used? 50 caliber Bushmaster, most powerful handgun that more or less they make. And they never tested it first. So this 50 caliber high powered bullet went right through the book and right through him and killed him dead. And she was rather horrified. Sure got a lot of views.
Why would she be horrified
She really thought the gun wouldn't be able to shoot through the book, but she never tested it.
I thought words were more powerful than bullets.
I thought the pen was mightier than the bullet, but no, it depends on the circumstances.
Okay, we got 1 minute left. I'm gonna do cool countdown. Hit record. We'll do introduction. This is pretty good. Have everything set up. Even have first talking point ready.
Excellent.
We got 1 minute, and I was able to even get me some coffee.
Yay!
I almost forgot Robert.
Me too.
Oh, jealous of you guys, but no, I can't have coffee this late.
You have air conditioning.
Me? No, I don't use air conditioning. I don't believe in it. I work outside, so if I work outside and then I come home and I sit in the cold, I'm not going to want to go out the next morning to go back outside. I know myself too well, so I just stay acclimated. And I'll tell you the truth, our house is pretty cool. It's usually cooler than the outside. It's shaded. It's an old house. The walls are lined with brick, and it's not uncomfortable. and I sit with ice water and a fan. And for most of the year, I'm in the mountains for the most part. I mean, we get a couple of these hot spells. We had a heat wave this week. We'll probably have one like next month or something. Usually it's like in the 50s at night around here, even in the summer, 50s, 60s at night, 70s, 80s during the day. I mean, this is where people would come up from New York City to vacation because it's so much cooler and nicer in the summer. So you don't really need an AC around here for the most part. Like
Yes.
last year, we had 2 heat waves all summer. Otherwise, it was like rain or cold. Or, I mean, the last week, I still had a wool blanket in bed, And next week, I'll probably be using one again.
So with
Gets
that
down
being
to
said,
50.
I'm gonna do countdown. And here, 3, 2, 1. Now, hello everybody. Welcome back to the first episode of 4th season 4 Project Real Time Talk Show. And I'm Anthony, host here with Mark Edworthy and Brother Robert Hanson, as well as OttoEx. Guys, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being for the panel, being on the panel. Now, this is going to be a different season. First season, we did political history for the United States. The okay, there. And then after that, we did third season for the Europe base. This year is going to be different because me and Mark Edwards have we've been for the series, and we both agree going on like Asia, even would be so
Well, Asia as a continent and Middle East as
well,
area
pick
is
a country.
too confusing. Yeah, it would be
Yeah.
hard to confuse.
Well, in the Middle East, I mean, what is that? I mean, what they call the Middle East is really the Near East or the Levant. You've got the Far East, which is, obviously Japan, China, Mandalay, on the road to Mandalay, where the flying fish is from. And the sun comes up like thunder out of China across the bay. And
So
anyway, sorry.
This season, we're going to step in a different direction. We are going to be talking about sociology versus socialism. We're also going to be talking about how atheism is about some of the things that we will be talking about Frankfurt School, which is going to be mentioned. So that is going to be the direction we take. With that being said, you guys don't have any problem with it, I can start out. We'll start with sociology versus social. Now the thing that I have an issue with, a lot of people when you talk to them, they will say that they're two separate distinct things. Like sociology isn't social, and I because I've done a lot of research also when it comes to with I've learned, and I brought it up a few times on the shows about how things can disrupt. Like at one time there were romanticism and there being a realist, and it went from romanticism being a realist to freaking ideology, and then socialism and socialism, things like that. So as time evolved, it seems that a lot of these words change meaning, names, stuff like that. That's what I see here. It seems to me like a lot of people who are in sociology is really trying to push the idea that sociology So my first question would be, do you guys believe that soci- socio- so- socialism are related? You guys believe they're related? So with that being said, I want to open it up before we go on to Mark or Robert. I want to start it out with Otto because got to keep him energetic.
Yeah, I'll be leaving early today, I think. But
So, oh, what's your thoughts on that?
well, I mean, I don't think it's a far stretch to say that the majority of sociologists today are probably socialists. However, not all socialists are sociologists. Um, as I understand it, sociology has to do with the study of society as such, whereas socialism has to do with a specific way to organize that society. And it revolves around state control of industry, state control of commerce, state control of every aspect of your life. Ultimately, I remembered something a left-wing politician in this country said that um, his goal was to have a very large government that was involved in every decision you made in your life, and that a lot of people would be okay with that. And I'm sure a lot of them would. But on the other hand, sociology has been used as a tool of late by people who definitely have socialistic leanings. Sociology can be used as a tool because, oh, look, it's science. Well, I know some physicists that might disagree. Sociology is very much a soft science. Its results are not only always replicable, there are so many different factors to take into account. And especially lately, they've been finding that a lot of these sociology papers have had to be withdrawn because they either cherry pick their data or make stuff up, or their results are simply not replicable. And so, yeah, I think that in modern day academia, I'm not going to go on about Plato, the academy, but I mean, it does socialism, fascism, all of these collectivisms, all ultimately do stem to the ideas of Plato, the idea of unity being the highest good, and the people must be unified by any means necessary. It's basically a collectivist kind of an outlook, and that's very much being pushed. And sociology is a great tool for that. Karl Marx is studied seriously by sociologists, despite the fact that Marxism as an ideology is pretty much demonstrably a fraud. But at the same time, Marx does give us some interesting tools to use to analyze things. I mean, you can use economic relationships to analyze what's happening in a society, but it is not the only it's not the only criteria you should use. It limits you, and it makes you have basically you're using a very limited view. It's like you're looking at the world through like a little dot in a cardboard piece of cardboard you're holding in front of your face. It might direct you to something, but you're going to be tripping over a lot of stuff and bumping into things and falling off of cliffs and possibly getting yourself killed in the meantime. So sociology can be a way to say, oh no, it's all well proven and this and that. Um, so yeah, I think any relationship between sociology and socialism is a recent one, and I think one is very likely being used as a tool to promote the other one. How's that?
It actually sounds pretty good. I think the best way for me to actually say when it comes to when people say that social, what do they act? What I mean is our sociology and social same thing really. Which I do know like if there's people who are Marxist, so, but that are so that do believe in sociology, but then there's also conservative who practice, you know.
Well, yeah, you can have a conservative sociology, I think.
So I mean,
Mhm.
in that aspect, I do. Well, Now, another thing that I wanted to also bring up too, when you're talking about that, is when it comes to academia. Now, between it has the line between academic study and political ideology become blurred. What the big deal? You know what I mean? That's another I really thought, right.
Well, somebody pointed out a lot of what we've got going on now. One of the big things about socialism is ruled by technocrats, an elite that know better than us. I mean, I think that there's this idea with socialists that the world will be run by college professors, and all these college professors that push it think they're going to be the ones running the world. These theoreticians. So yeah, this is something else that would push that socialistic agenda. I mean, it's a great idea if you're like an academic and like, you know what, you're going to rule the world, buddy. Once we just get everybody on board with this socialism thing, rule by the eggheads.
Okay, so with that being said, let me go ahead and pass it on to you, Mr. Evans. Why don't we get your take? What do you feel about
Virtually the same as Otto's just said. Being a scientific study of human society, social interaction, and social structures, but also an examination of group dynamics, cultural normalities, and but I'm also thinking on the point of sociology, since it's a study, is a force. I'm thinking of in the concept of, let's say, nudge units, being able to persuade people and groups into believing or doing
Right.
something. May that be a religious, I don't know, religious group, religious orthodoxy, or a political orthodoxy. So religious, the concept of I don't know, using an obvious one would be Catholicism and trying to encourage appropriation, birth, and children are not using condoms and stuff. So, but also the sort of nudge units in relation to persuading people not to, I don't know, smoke as an example. As an example, but so really, yeah, it's just not just a study in itself. It's an enforcement tactic, and this is where you could argue the point of socialism, how socialism is imparted into it, having sort of groups, may that be governmental, religious, or whatever group, trying to enforce their ideas onto the population just by sort of nudging the population into believing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a tool, a propaganda tool.
Okay, so now when it comes to what you're saying there, I think the first part is you have to first define what study of society from where you're coming from, right? It would ask questions like, why do people behave different groups, or how are social groups? Why do institutions survive? How are values passed from one generation to another? What causes social change? It studies basic family. It even does crime and education. You can even go with government, community, and our culture. You know what I mean? So that's what you get whenever it comes to like sociology itself isn't political. It's studying how society, what they're trying to say. But,
Yeah.
but the real question remains: who gets to decide how society responds? You know,
Me. I should
Yeah.
decide. I
Top,
should be the one.
top down or the bottom up sort of argument. Yeah.
but then
do governments, do nudge units decide, or do corporations even decide how society should work or should?
Well, there's the
be-
pressure. There's pressure on the sociologists too. I remember these sociologists did a study, and the study showed that cultural diversity destabilized neighborhoods, made quality of life decline, increased crime. Just basically, that diversity is our greatest weakness, and this is what his data showed. And he sat on this paper for years because he was shocked and horrified. And to be fair, some people wouldn't publish it at all. He did publish it with a lengthy apology. Mea culpa, I'm so sorry, but this is what the data say. And we can't change the. I mean, he was that honest. A lot of people have been cherry picking and stuff. One of my favorites was, and talking about social engineering and sociology, there was this big landmark study in the U.S. that showed that secondhand smoke caused an increase in likelihood of like heart disease in people surrounding smokers. And this was used as the basis for all of the legislation we've had in this country ever since. Legislation unseen since Nazi Germany, which was the first Hitler. You hear that word? Hitler was the guy that first banned smoking in public places, people. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, or roll it up. So they use the study as an excuse for this. Well, this study has been debunked. There is no evidence that secondhand smoke. It's irritating, but there's no evidence that it actually causes any harm, which explains why I grew up with both parents smoking like stacks, and I never had a problem with it. I was surrounded by smoke all the time.
Let's hold off on that because that's what got us in trouble the last time.
Oh, okay.
That literally was what got us in trouble the last time. We were
just for the purpose of YouTube, there are studies. Not to say that those studies are accurate or
how much they give a
studies.
damn is another topic. You know what I mean? It's like they now before we start going on for that, I want to also talk about. I want to think like define social. Because socialism is another part of it. You got sociology, and socialism isn't like any study of science, like political or economic law. Its central concern is who owns the means of production. Complaining, it basically who owns the factories, who owns the land, who controls energy, who profits from labor. Socialists generally believe that society should be more collective and it should have more collective control over work. But socialism isn't one single thing. There are like Democrats, the socialists, Christian socialists, believe it or not, there are. And then there's market socialists, well, or Marxist socialists.
Oh yeah.
And the libertarians even have those. And there's actually the revolutionary Marxism. Marxists, I believe they were called those more radical back in the 70s. But there's all these different socials. And the one thing that I wanted to point out before when we were doing one in England, Christian social, because that was something that really stuck out to me, was the fact that like during the early 1900s, these socialists were teaching socialism in Sunday school.
Right.
And it was so amazing to me that nobody freaking cared about it.
Sell all your goods and give them to the poor. What was he thinking?
You know. So before we get any farther into it, I want to pass
to me, what there's when did all that start? You know, when did the socialists the okay here in the because for it to get as big and as popular and all that, it's like what happened in the UK with their thing of what do you call where you feel like a girl and you're a guy, you can get the sex change and all that. That group, okay, it's like they're following the thing of where you got to go with the trail because if you don't, you're going to you're against the thing of that. And if you don't if you disagree with that, well, look at the way things are. That they was wanting to put all things in that had nothing to do. It had, well, they was going for any other time. It wouldn't be a big thing of all this about the process of when people feeling like men or women and all that. They wouldn't government wouldn't go out and spend large amounts of money for the subject at hand. You know, passing these things about separate bathrooms, medical, and all that, and children that don't have to go talk to their parents about getting same sex and all that, because the government will go and do it for them, bypassing the rights of the parents and pass the thing of what the laws there are. And when when all that happens,
I mean, if you want, I can kind of break
Actually,
that down.
if
Hold
I,
up. No, remember
if I may,
we're doing the thing. Let me
I
respond to
just
that.
wanted to
I
point out,
want
yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing before you continue. Just to answer Robert's first question, where it all began, we did an entire, well, in the last season, we did a series on Adam Smith and Locke, didn't we?
Yeah.
And this dates back to what 17th century sort of.
it goes quite a ways. And
Yeah.
now the thing about what it is when you start talking about transgender, okay? Now this is the thing that we are going to get into because this is actually something without trying to start turmoil learning. We're going to discuss this on a serious level, okay? Now, the thing about this is there's a lot of things these people disagree with one another about, a lot of issues, okay? Especially when it comes to sociology. Uh, now, where things get confusing is this, okay? Um, and this is where the arguments usually begin. Okay, some branches of sociology don't simply just ask how does society work; they ask who benefits from the way society. Now, this shift is really important when you look at it because instead of observing society, the goal becomes to critique society and eventually change it. Okay, and that will bring us into Frankfurt, believe it or not. And this is one reason why I wanted to bring it up because, but the Frankfurt School is really where it breaks down this whole thing with with the stuff that we're having to go through today when it comes to sociology slash so that's all I say now. With that being said, I want to open it up because my whole talk is done. So now I want to turn it over to Otto. See if he has anything he wants to mention or bring anything up, particularly from what we've discussed outside of.
Well, I think that one of the problems we're facing is that society is going in directions that it hasn't gone in before. And we're all concerned about how this is happening. We talk about the Frankfurt School, and we talk about, the uses sociology is put to. A study of human behavior can be a means of manipulating human behavior. And I mean, you find that in advertising, you find that in every aspect of what's going on. But I think an important element to keep in mind is, I've got that old saying that, what was it? Cupidity and stupidity do more than conspiracy to explain the course of history. A lot of this stuff really has its own momentum. And a lot of people are very short sighted. They act very quickly. They don't keep the larger picture in mind. And somebody skilled at sociology, it's skilled at understanding mass psychology, can exploit this for their own ends. Unfortunately, I think most of their ends are rather short sighted. That's why, I mean, there's a lot of people that think that the world is being run by a secret society of some sort. If so, they're really a bunch of blithering idiots. It seems to be more likely that there are dozens of groups that think they quote unquote run the world or are trying to. There's always going to be conflict. There's always going to be people struggling for resources. And we see very little of what's going on. There's an old saying that if you see them on TV or in the papers, then they're just propped up there for you to blame. They have very little to do with who's actually running things. And this can get us into the so-called, they call it the deep state now. Now, for decades, since I was a teenager, I looked at the situation and I said, I used to call it the third echelon guys, not the people that are elected, not the first echelon, not the people they appoint, but the people that have been there for 30 years, the third tier guys. They're not going to tell their new boss everything because he's going to be gone in 4 years when a new president appoints him. Not going to tell the president everything. He's going to be changed in 4 years. It's none of his business. We've been running this thing for 30 years here. We don't need these elected guys coming in. So there's always, it's the old principle. If you go into an office, and we've all done this, the best person to chat up is the secretary. She knows more about what's going on than anyone else in the whole building. So it's a question of being aware of what's happening. Sorry, I kind of faded out a little bit. I'm really tired.
Oh no, you did great. So with that, I'm gonna ask Mark that we're the kind of response to what Otto.
Okay, just for clarification points, when you're talking about the Frankfurt School, you're talking about the School of Thought and Sociology and Critical Theory.
Yeah. Oh no, and all those guys. The boogeymen of the West, the boogeymen now. I've seen them blamed for everything.
Not to be confused with the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management, which is
those are the guys. Yep, that's them. They run the world.
He's actually another famous, university. Yeah, university. They're coming out of Frankfurt. But yeah. I was going to make a point there now. I just totally forgot what it was.
See, that's what happens when you cross.
We have so many ideas; they get lost in the shuffle.
Guys are like rebels. Like it was your idea to do this, so sharing. Cool ideas.
It's what we're used to.
So let me kind of fire this off so that we can, because I did have some comments to say on it. I just want to kind of move it in, get where it's from. The thing of it is like with what I find interesting about that auto, like you need to, like with Frankfurt School, this all started back in 1923. They were in Germany, and because of World War II, they had to move over here to the States. So while they were here in the United States, that's when they became Institute for Social Research.
Right.
I keep hearing everybody try to say that they were named German. That's not true. The original name was Frankfurt. They changed the name to the Institute for Social Research in the United States, but after the war, they also went back, and the Institute for Social Research stayed here in the States. Okay? Now, today, we refer to the Frankfurt School, and we also refer to Germany, but a lot of people don't remember the Institute for Social Research, which is still here in most of the colonies, by the way, handing out pamphlets. And a lot of these pamphlets are activist-driven movements that are talking about supporting abortion, supporting transgenderism, supporting all of these different causes. You know what I mean? And this is all directly involved with the Institute for Social Research. And another thing that I do want to point out too is like Eric Fromm, okay, was one of the people who were involved in this kind of thing. So now, you know, uh, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Eric Fromm. A lot of them,
Yeah.
a lot of them were deeply influenced by Karl Marx, but the thing that a lot of people in this group noticed, something they found pretty strange, because what it was is Marx predicted that workers would rise up against capital. That didn't happen. Okay. Instead, workers ended up buying houses. They raised their families, went to church, listened to radio, watched movies. They didn't rise up like the
Right.
Marx had predicted. So that's when the Frankfurt School and the thinkers, that's when they asked the basic question: if capitalism isn't maintained by economics, what else? Their answer eventually had to do with culture. That's where critical theory. With that, I can be quiet now and let Mark talk. He figured out what. If not, we'll just hand it over.
Yeah.
I think you said something too.
I don't think anything's too intense for Lord Edworthy. Come on.
I think it moved over to the US pre-World War II in the mid-30s.
Yeah, the Germans drove them out. They thought they were destructive to their society.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Mind you, yeah, the Nazi Party didn't come to power until then. The Germans Workers' Socialist Party didn't come to power until 1932. 29, 32. So yeah. This is really about how to how to manipulate society rather than like I said before, a bottom up sort of concept. This is really just a sort of mechanism as a sort of power grab sort of thing, allowing allowing the government to nudge, or the authorities to nudge people into doing things, into into doing and believing in certain things.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Do Do you have anything you want to say about Mark mentioned Otto?
Well, yeah, he's on the button there. This was an attempt to change the society through deconstructing it. One of the things that the aficionados of this idea did was pathologize, basically reclassify that which would be considered quite normal for 99% of human history, and reclassify these things as abnormal, bad, wrong, pathological. They had this thing called the fascist test, the F scale. And you could be put on the F scale if you simply said that, well, I prefer to be with people that are like me. Oh, you're a fascist. That's proto-fascism. Things like that. I want to be, have a strong family. They saw the family as very dangerous. One of their theories was the reason you had fascism was because people grew up in a family with a strong father. And so we wanted strong leaders. And so the way to get rid of that want for strong leaders is to get rid of fathers. So if people grow up in homes, and of course, theory was, well, according to their ideas, there's no reason at all that you need both parents. Why would that matter at all? Despite the fact of our lived experience for tens of thousands of years, and the fact that we've been maintaining families for all that time, you could argue that this is something biologically written into us. But they decided, well, we're just going to do away with all that. And the idea of like trying to deconstruct society so as to deconstruct people's behaviors and their thinking. The idea that, well, this is just as good as anything else because they're reductionists. There's no God, right? There's no reality. There's no truth. Nothing is true. All is permitted. That's the kids are still saying that today. Satori says it once in a while in his poetry, and it's a very dangerous thing because then you can say, well, it's just as good to have like single parents and sexualizing children, and that was one theory they had. One of the reasons we have fascism is because children are sexually repressed. We have to, allow them free sexual expression. Children. This was a theory that they were doing in post-war Germany. The idea that if you raised children to have a non-traditional sexuality, they wouldn't have all of these terrible things that go along with heterosexual male dominance and so forth and so on. So, these theories were completely composed in an ivory tower, and then to inflict them on the population, or at least attempt to. And a lot of it had to do with what you would call the turning of names. Nietzsche called it the revaluation of values, where suddenly if you say something like, geez, I want my child to go to a school where only girls are allowed into the girls' restroom, well, that suddenly becomes one of the most horrible fascistic things. And you could even, some periods of time, lose your job over saying something like that. This was what these guys were trying to do. And what's very interesting is that a lot of these guys, Adorno and all those guys, they became very important in American academia. I mean, in the academic world, if you have like a couple of top professors, their students will tend to become the top professors in other places. One or two people can have an amazing influence in academia. And of course, these professors influence all of their students. And, college is an interesting thing. I'm that most dangerous of people. I'm a guy with some college. I went to college for 5 years. I never took a degree. But I spent a lot of time in academia. I got to know a lot of professors, a lot of my fellow students. And one of the things that I noticed was that if you took the degree, you had to buy into everything to get that degree. If you wanted the professor to like you, you had to agree to his politics and his social ideas. If you wanted to hang out with the other people getting that degree, you had to agree with that. And that goes right on to when you get your first job. So what do? Well, I always say people are either knaves or fools, but they'd rather be fools than knaves. So you can tell yourself, well, I don't believe any of this crap, but I got to say this. I have to be a hypocrite. I have to lie so that I don't get kicked out of the class or a low grade, so that I get the job. Or you can, instead of being a knave, because that's basically the behavior of a knave, you're lying to yourself and to other people, you become a fool, which is you can go through all these amazing mental gymnastics. Well, this is kind of like this. Yeah, I do kind of agree with that. And I certainly wouldn't want someone to be upset or offended. And, it's the same way that, like, a very, very astute theologian can, like, work his way through all these mental hoops and this and that, and then bam, at the end of the line, you've got transubstantiation as a thing. Despite the fact that you can't make any, you can make, Tan's not here. You can make a chemical analysis of the host. You can make a chemical analysis of the wine at any stage of the mass, and there's not going to actually be a change. So, yeah, I think that was. I'm probably ranted out at this point, but
that was good. Now, before you go, Mark, it's your turn. So you are the one who is coming up with the next discussion.
Uh-oh.
You're not responding to all. You are actually saying what you want to say.
Actually, I do want to respond.
Well, you can through a statement of your own. Respond to everything that's mentioned, and then we will
forgets my fault.
We will respond to you. So you go ahead and just say what's on your mind.
Thank you. You were dragging on, and I was starting to lose the train of my thoughts. Then, and that's the danger of this sort of format. I find it interesting. Also, you were using terms like "were" when you were describing these things. I would argue that these concepts are happening now rather than were in the past tense. Yeah, but when you were talking about academia, I was just thinking of the concept that I always argue about, is the long march with institutions. You get taught by an academic to believe in certain things, and then you continue to spread that message.
Right.
You become a lecturer, or even worse, you become a human resources manager,
Lowest than Dante's hell.
and then you push it into corporations, and you push it into society as a whole, and then and in effect, what you say becomes the rigueur, the standard, and then anybody who disagrees with that are treated like pariahs, are treated as fools, as we see at the present moment in various ways.
And the social pressure is enormous.
So now, with that, I do want to comment, because that's actually the bread and butter behind it, okay? And this is where we start getting into critical theory, okay? Now, we were talking about Frankfurt School and stuff, but a lot of people aren't really aware of what critical theory is. And from the Frankfurt School, emerged this thing we call critical theory. And its basic question is and was who owns or who holds power, and how do institutions preserve? Now, with that being said, critical theory, what they do is they examine schools, religion, families, media, corporations, government, tradition, and with them, nothing is exempt. Now, supporters, they say that this is healthy. Every institution should be questioned. But then critics, they say that this is becoming a problem. Criticism, because it only flows one direction. All right. Now, if you look at it from what the critics bring up when it comes to critical theory, they argue that eventually everything traditional becomes suspicious. That means that religion is power structure, family is power national identity is also a power structure, language, a power structure, history, power structure, you know, and then what it basically comes down to is critics are afraid that when every institution is viewed through the lens of oppression, society stops asking what's true and begins to ask things like who's winning. I
Right.
mean, and that's the thing that and I'm glad you started talking. That kind of popped out. So I'm gonna shut up now. Yeah.
I'm just thinking on the point of anybody who disagrees with the postmodern sort of or the these sort of anybody can be anything and everybody's equal or in
Identical.
all concepts, yeah, identical even. I've just lost my chain of thought again. Anybody who disagrees with that, and we hear it all the time. Anybody who disagrees with these concepts are considered to use a colloquialism, the so-called far right, the old extremists, where traditionalism is now considered as an extremist value. And anybody who have traditional sort of values, so may that be religious values or sort of the 2.4 family sort of concept, are now considered to be extremists. It also relates to, like I said before, about power grab, where you've got, and this goes back to socialism, in fact, where the state is the representation of everything. The state is the representation of the family. The state is the representation of religion, of there is no such thing as a God anymore, because God is now the state. There's no such thing as a traditional family now, because the family is the state, or the state is the family. So fundamentally, it's like I said before, it's a power grab where the authority figures become the entity you must worship. On the state, the power figure may be a government or maybe a company. I mean, we've all heard of join this company and become part of the family sort of concepts. And we've also heard, to go back to a much more older idea, the concepts of the mafia, the being the family. So it's a top-down authority figure where whoever is in charge becomes the patriarch, becomes the family sort of head, and destroys. And this also raises the question of the destruction of individualism, because everybody now must be grouped into, must be boxed into certain groups. must be prescribed by the authority to be part of a group rather than an individual.
Now, at that point, have to get Otto.
Well, I was reminded of Benito Mussolini, the guy that created fascism, who said, all within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. And which is basically what Mark was describing. The state becomes all. And of course, Friedrich Nietzsche also warned us about this. He talked about the new tyrant, the new idol, which was the state. And it was like a dragon, and each scale was a law. You know, you will do this, you will do that, thou shalt do this, thou shalt not do that. And it points back to what I was saying about the revaluation of values, the turning of names, that making things that are normal for humans into suddenly something to be ashamed of, something to be feared, that someone is ostracized over, like having a family, or having a male head of a household providing the financial resources and the female member of the household raising the children. Something like that is seen. It was seen. There was this whole movement to make that seem like the most abject slavery, that a woman would like raise her own children. To truly be liberated, she had to go and slave away for corporate America as well. And to be really liberated, she shouldn't get married at all, or even if she does get married, she shouldn't have any children. And all of this was very strange and abnormal. But now, if you try to say this again, you're considered far right. They call you this, they call you that. You know, there's that famous cartoon of the guy that was slightly left of center, but then they changed the left so far that suddenly he's considered to be a fascist. You know, I talked about one of the reasons I voted for Ralph Nader. Yes, I was a Ralph Nader supporter. I actually went and saw him speak live, and many of his platform planks included closing the southern border, protecting American industry with tariffs, expelling illegal aliens. He used to work with Cesar Chavez. You may have heard of him. He was a very famous labor organizer, very left-wing here in the United States. And he and his followers used to attack and beat illegal workers with barbed wire whips because they were taking the jobs away from the legal immigrants. And this was seen as dangerous. This is Ralph Nader. This is about as left-wing as you can get. So then we have a later politician who comes up and says, hey, let's close the southern border. Let's protect our industry with tariffs. Let's drive out the illegal aliens that are it's like a drug on the market. It's like an albatross around the neck of the country. And suddenly it's like, oh, no, that's wrong. It's morally wrong. You know, we have to destroy ourselves because after all, we deserve to be destroyed, so forth and so on. And it's part of this turning of names and trying to inculcate this new normalcy. And it works up to a point, and the people doing it are very loud, and they keep repeating it and pounding it into people through the airwaves. And the thing is, it doesn't work so well anymore. We saw that the amount of confusion on the part of these people in 2016, it was like they were practically saying, we told you that it was wrong to vote for this guy. We told you how to vote. Why didn't you vote the way you were told? And the fury that people were simply not paying attention to what the TV told them, but were instead actually doing their own research. I told you the story when this very modern, prominent politician, who we won't name, made a speech, and someone came to me and said, so-and-so just said that all Mexicans are rapists. And I'm like, really? That doesn't sound like something he would say, especially if you're running for office, and he's an intelligent guy. So I had to watch the speech. Didn't say that at all. Tried to point it out to the person. And they simply wouldn't hear it, or he obviously meant to say these things that she felt he should be saying in order to fit into that role of the evil one. So it's a very, very odd thing. But yeah, that was my comment. What Mark was talking about, basically, the turning of names, to trying to reclassify things in ways that don't make sense.
All right. So what's your response to that, Mark?
I can't really respond to that.
I just said I agree with Mark.
Yeah. You just reiterated.
what Mark said,
Uh,
basically.
Yeah, no, really.
In common terms, that would be a rebuttal. You would be able to rebut to comment that
Well,
he
I
said.
got to rebuttal him because he sort of reiterated what I started.
Yeah,
And
no.
if I
Well,
rebuttal him, I have to rebuttal myself.
You should have
you could just say,
privilege.
"Well, I agree that
You-
Otto agrees with me."
you should have opportunity to do that. So, with that being said, Robert just got back to the room. He most likely
Robert's in the
wants
room.
to make a comment about this. But you, it's the stuff that has turned to the wild. Once he,
Uh-oh.
yeah, seriously. That, so whenever he comes in, okay, Robert, whenever do you have any kind of response?
Yeah. Like, okay, for a perfect example, like Citizen X. Okay. Look how that went. They did the thing of covering it up and all that because they didn't want people to find out that there's anything like that goes on. Because, like, if you want money, the control of any kind of situation that comes up, you don't want that kind of you don't want that information to be leaked out. Okay, and Russia was doing that with that and other crimes against children. When you're into that, you're a sexual. You use that as a sexual predator's conquest because you're using that to cover up the fact that that's what you are. The people that will hide their true way they are by doing that, covering it up and using that laws for whatever they so choose. And you can take videos, movies, and say, well, you see this. This is what's going to be turning in if we don't do this and this and this. And people that feels in that way will follow that film, that the ideal of what that guy's selling. That politician or anyone, they will follow it. You can lead someone by the nose. You just in a certain way that you phrase the certain things. You can lead people to doing whatever you want. Okay. Look at all the like the big one that where they had over 500 people commit suicide by drinking poison tea. I forget what back in the 80s that happened. Okay.
Jim Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They are able to use that kind of material like that to for any way, form, or fashion like that to make people think in a certain way that they want them to think. Okay. Government knows this too. Government uses that just as well too. And they use all that information that they do collect up about people and how, okay, your medical history and all that. And they map it out. They do. Like for if your family has that case of medic depressant runs bad in your family, they then, and if they ever wanted to, if you gave them choices, they can use that against you in so many different ways. Like they can make it look like you did something, commit a crime, and they can use that for an example why no one's going to take face value on what you're saying that you didn't do it. Because who's going to believe a person that might have that problem, that medical problem, and where when you can use you can go a wide variety of different uses of that information and all that, and you can tell when politicians are because like they found out that here in the U.S. politicians were going into the stock market using information that they wasn't supposed to be using, but they were financially broke, and they were using money they were to get into the stock market and make billions and billions of
I
funds.
mean, you're kind of like going off into
Oh, okay. Well,
into a
okay.
whole area that like now a lot of what you did say it kind of brings up why I don't really feed in either the right or the left way of thinking because they're all pretty screwed up. Okay,
Yeah.
now the best way that I can freaking say for that is the fear of social engineering. Okay, this leads to another criticism. Some argue that sociology, especially when it's combined with political act, can become social engineering. Okay, now if experts know how values, how norms spread, how uh, social pressures work, and how institutions influence behavior, then who decides which values social for society should promote? Okay, so the big question is there a danger that government, universities, corporations, or media organizations have, uh, especially when it begins to shape like behavior. And like every time you get on to freaking the internet, your behaviors are being shaped, and that's being done intentionally. Corporations are doing it to you, colleges are doing it to you, and the government. Okay. Now, some people will answer absolutely it is the same, and then other people straight out say conspiracy, it's just conspiracy. Let's 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 end. Okay. Now, on the other side of that, you got the counter argument, I guess you say, where people who support sociology they push back and they say like studying sociology isn't controlling, it's like understanding peer pressure. Um, it isn't creating peer pressure. You know what I mean? They also say that studying religion isn't act or studying power isn't seizing power. Stuff like that. They argue sociology is a tool, like any other tool. It, effects depend on its use. So that's the one thing that I'll point out there.
Are you not going down the billboard sort of statement? Sociology is both. It can be used as a form of form of study, and it can also be used as a tool to push people into believing and doing stuff. I found it interesting that you just mentioned the internet. I would actually go further and say it happens throughout society, Western society as a society as a whole. People read newspapers, people watch TV, watch films, watch people go to work, act in certain ways when they go to a supermarket, and a lot of this is being a lot of these concepts are being enforced upon people. I'm not sure how to easily put this. The idea that let's say let's not just pinpoint internet usage as the only sort of mechanism of how sociology is being used as a tool. I mean, it happens. The tool is being used in everyday society, irrelevant if you're using the internet or doing other things.
Well, let me also point out, like, I didn't really want to comment on that, but I heard Robert talking. I knew what he was trying to say, so I made the comment, right? But, I mean, to be honest, I don't consider this who I think is probably the biggest threat ever to humanity since, you know, it's very, very different. And you can call it a
Acetone.
tool, if you can call it a tool if you want. Like, I will call it a very powerful weapon.
I
Oh,
think
a weapon.
this idea
So
we have of a science that is somehow objective, the scientist is this godlike being writing his papers in the third person. The subject was done this, the subject that we did this, the subject, and then the subject was sacrificed. That's the term they use when they do animal experimenting, by the way, when they get sacrificed. So it's the altar of science. It's very, very pagan. Yeah, these guys, though, when they created something, they didn't create it for an objective, like, let's just study society. I mean, I think arguably the first, I go back to Plato again. The ancients were very, very good at social engineering. This was not a weird idea for them. The idea of being able to redesign society from the top down was the reason why they tried to study society and figure out how to do this. They had a goal, which was to make these changes. Plato had a goal. I want the perfect society. How can we do this? And he describes in the Republic, first you take everybody over the age of 9, I believe, and you kill them. So you just start off with a bunch of, already we're starting off with a bloody atrocity with Plato. This is Plato, though. And but I mean, he had a very, and it wasn't just him. A lot of people wrote republics. There was Plato's Republic. Cicero wrote a republic. Just the idea that you could manipulate a society to make it whatever you want. And of course, Russell Gmirkin, to bring him up, wrote the wonderful book and what was it called? Brosis and Menethil, where he talks about how he feels that what we consider to be modern Judaism was a very consciously crafted effort at social engineering to create a very strong, powerful, ethnocentric tribe of warriors that would be very resilient in the face of living among strangers. You have special dietary concerns, special dress codes, other sumptuary codes with your hair, beard, and so forth. This is to keep you separate. You're not allowed to eat with certain groups of people, not allowed to worship with certain groups of people. This was pretty different from most religious traditions in the Levant and the Mediterranean basin at this time. And it seems to have drawn a lot on Greek ideas, Plato's laws, some ideas from the Republic. What's interesting is the Spartans, another group of socially engineered people, claimed kinship with the Hebrews. And the Hebrews at the time, this was like the classical period, agreed that, yeah, I mean, we've got so many laws that are similar, so many traditions that are similar. Nobody thought that maybe those guys that were writing up the Pentateuch at the Library of Alexandria under Ptolemy II were like, these Spartans are pretty good. How can we become a powerful, resilient warrior race? And I think they succeeded quite well. So yeah, sociology, as we would call it, I think it was developed for a specific purpose by people. They weren't just saying, let's study humans. They're like, how can we change humans? And this again, these top-down social organizations, Sparta is a great example of it in action. And with all of these theoretical, I guess, papers, you'd call them, that the philosophers were writing at the time. Excuse me.
See, right now, it's come to the crazy part. This is where while it's unmute and say what is mine. Now, this isn't you responding to anybody, Robert. This is you making a comment about being. So, and we all get a chance to respond. So, say what you got to say. Okay. So, unmute.
Okay. But what I was referring to is that by knowing the people that you're understanding and all that, where it's not so much a control, but to understand as well too, to where for whatever purpose or however you would want things, certain things to go, you got to know, you got to know them in, the good and the bad of the mind, of the way they think and the way they handle certain situations. And where when in different groups do certain things different, and you more or less learn from each group on how they, and you will learn better too on where, how would you handle the conversation from them, how will each one handles and difference of each of them, and where when government, because like with government and law enforcement and all that, they all follows the same thing about that too. They say they lead you up to a certain thing. And they as I said, they can lie to you up to an extent, but how far, that's the problem when there's a lot of lying going on and not enough. You don't. It's hard to say where the truth is and the truth ain't in the process of it. And you can't. And well, when people like, well, everyone, but yeah, where when other groups comes into play, it is a dangerous thing.
Sounds like you're like running yourself in a circle. Is that so? With that being said, we'll open it up to our
Okay. You are making the argument that to put it down to his brass knuckles, sort of, so to speak. Social. This concept is the monitoring, understanding how people work, it allows for the enforcement of certain ideas, allows to just the understanding of something allows you to formulate a mechanism on how to enforce ideas onto people. One thing that strikes me when you were just talking, you made the point of groups, and you are making the argument that people, there is a group think. It's there. There is no such a thing as individuality. If you are a member of a group, then you must think like this, or must act like that, and that argument ignores the concept of individualism, which again we're seeing so much at this present moment, because you are of a, let's say, a specific ethnic or sexual, religious or whatever group, you must automatically think in the sort of stereotypical points that group is meant to think like.
Right.
All right. So with that being said, Robert, do you want to respond to anything Mark Edworthy just said? Unmute.
I wasn't referring to one group. I was saying groups of people. If with each group difference, okay, to understand for however you want things to go in the way you would want to, what better you'll learn from three different groups, their way of thinking, the way they do it, the way they handles other situations. Each group handle situations different. They think different in each group. If you put one group as that one group of where you're thinking you're a woman is you're a man, okay? If you have one group there, one group, you know, two other groups different, okay? All right. Now, each group has to handle things different to survive, and they
Well,
have to think
when
of it in that way.
when we get farther into the series, we'll be discussing that even deeper because a lot of this has to do with compartmentalization. Well, with
Yes.
if
Yeah, I
you
was going to say.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you hold off until another later episode, Robert, we can get into more. But you have to show up.
Okay.
You have to be a part of the group, okay?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
you do
I,
bring up a valid argument, but that's for later. Go ahead.
I just want to just re-emphasize what I said. Again, you making so much. You said to yourself, "I group thinks, I group
Yeah.
reacts." Um, um, so there is no such thing as individualism.
Well,
If you are a member of a group, you must think like this.
well, no, yeah, but within that group, how many of that same group do think of a slightly different way of the original ideal, whatever that ideal is? All 12 might have it, but they all might be three have a different view of, different way of that group of whatever's going on.
Now hold on a minute. It's like I said, we can hold on to that later. Now, Otto, do you want to respond?
Well, my thought is listening to this. I think we're all looking for something here. We all want our societies to work better. We want our governments to be people we can trust. We don't want people to be accused of crimes wrongfully. And Robert seems concerned about that. He's talked about that more than once. And there have been terrible incidents, and these things are true. But we're really looking, I think, for something we don't have right now when we're trying to thrash out what's going wrong. And I think we kind of know, talking about these boxes, compartmentalization, groups acting like groups, treating all blacks are like this and all whites are like this and all, whatever group you want to, come up with, all Presbyterians are like that and all Catholics are like this. This is, I think, an attempt. It was like socialism. We were talking about socialism earlier. This idea that the society must be socialist. And this gets back to the archaic idea, and very archaic to us, that the powers of government, the power of society, the power of spiritual authority, church, religion, whatever, are all one thing. When Aristotle talks about good government, he's really talking about what we would say is a good society. They didn't really have much differentiation between these things. And I've talked about like the Elizabethan era, where the Queen Elizabeth I was head of the church, and she dictated what sermons. We're going to war with this country. So for weeks you'd hear about how evil the French are, which doesn't take much, or you'd hear this, that, or the other thing. But what gets me is, and I've said this before, there's no such thing. I mean, when you let just people live, they talk about capitalism versus socialism versus communism, and socialism is just kind of like communism light. We all live in a mix. Like I go to work. You've heard this spiel from me before, I'm sure, but our listeners may not have. I go to work. I sell my labor for money. That is capitalism in a nutshell. I come home. I share the money I've made with my wife. And so that's communism. We live collectively. We share, the same appliances. We live in the same building. So that's socialism, if you like. We're sharing. People share. People engage in the sale of their labor or whatever. They can, I can have a garage sale. Suddenly, I am one of the owners of the means of production and distribution. I'm producing things and selling them, perhaps. So we all are socialists. We're all capitalists. We're all authoritarians. We're all, I was talking about this whole idea of leadership, which is a big thing. And we were talking about the Frankfurt School trying to deconstruct leadership. The question, who has the power? What's wrong with power? Everyone has power. There's always going to be power dynamics. And I've talked about, like if I'm playing music with people, one person might take the lead, and everyone will naturally do what he wants. He's like, listen to this song and start playing it. Or if we're trying to figure something else out, somebody else will step up and say, oh no, it's played this way. So it's very labile. I love that word. It fluctuates a lot. Leadership in any group, one person might take charge about one thing. People will naturally listen to him or her, and in another situation, the leadership might shift somewhere else. And it's the same way with our economic relations. Sometimes we might be, in a haggling thing to get the best price possible. Other times we might just give stuff away. I give gifts to my friends all the time. They give me things. Where does that fit into the socialist economy? The socialists would want every gift registered, and you've got to make sure that we keep track of every financial transaction to make sure that there's no unfairness involved. Why did you give this guy a present worth $20 and this guy a present only worth 15? Doesn't matter that he would like that T-shirt better and this person really needs that pen set. It's this idea of, again, it comes back to fitting people into these categories and limiting them to that. Whereas you let other people do what they want, they'll do all kinds of interesting things, and you don't have to put a label on them.
I just want, just on a minor point, just on a very minor point, I noticed you used, you go to work and you share your money with your wife and you call that communism.
Yeah,
communist. I think that might have been a slip of the tongue. Communism isn't really that. Communism is a much more wider concept of having socialism, having extreme socialism throughout multiple different states.
Well,
multiple different
was the
countries.
last
Oh yeah. It was a lot off the thing. Yeah, I mean, obviously,
that was the last
actual
book.
communism is. Yeah, it has to do with the control of the means of production and distribution, and the industrial bourgeoisie and all that kind of fun stuff.
Well, it was basically the last book that Marx.
I like Martian better.
No, I do want to say
Explain all that.
that was actually a good thing you brought up. But like I said, we can explore that later on too. So you'll get plenty of stuff into what that is. Now, for me, what I want to say is basically this comes down to the real. Maybe debate isn't like sociology versus socialism. Maybe the real question is, can any institution, even one dedicated to understand humanity, remain politically neutral? Okay? Can universities, can government, can media, can churches, corporations, or do all institutions eventually develop value they seek to protect? Because if institutions shape society, societies shape people, then perhaps the most important question is who shapes the institution? And perhaps an even more unsettling question, are we shaping society or is society shaping? That's the conversation and one will have. So with that being said, I'm going to end it on because I think we are going to be leading into really segment to ending there. Now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be bouncing between this and the atheist aspect of what we've been discussing. I'm going to be diving in because I'm not promoting religion or denying religion. I'm saying there is an atheist aspect to what we've been discussing. So, with that, before we leave, I'd like to ask if you guys are willing to give socials and start with Art. Can you give your socials so people can contact you with death threats?
I'm hoping there'll be offers of money actually. Well, if you want to know more about me and what I'm doing, check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. I'm also on minds.com, username Otto_X. That's EX. And you can check out Navakavada on YouTube and Navakavada Buddhism on BitChute for some interesting and informative videos on Buddhism. And there's one on tobacco smoking too on the YouTube channel. I highly recommend it. There is one.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. So with that being said, how about you, Mark? Going to contact you?
Yeah. Okay. Mainly minds.com under the username Medrivi, or if you're lucky, down the newest tobacconist.
I'll see you there.
Okay, so with me and Robert, you can find us on minds.com at Roger_Hanson. You can also find us in the group section at in the group called Pretori. You can check us out there on Mind, or you can go to Element Matrix and find Roger's Hangout, and you can find us on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1923. Thank everybody for being here on the panel. This was an excellent show. I appreciate all of the feedback. I really do like how it started pretty good. I'd also like to thank everybody who, if you did enjoy this, please watch, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comments. You give feedback. We love feedback, and we will put down comments, respectful. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope I'm ending. So, with that being said, hope you have a good day, good evening.
I was wondering, can we do a thing? Because I was wanting to do a thing about your religion. You know,
he has his own show. Like,
well, yeah, about me and me. I was wanting to ask him.
Oh, you want to do an interview with him?
Yeah, if it's okay with him.
With who? Me?
You?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Okay. When I have time. Right now.
Oh, I know.
The only days I have off are like Mondays and Tuesdays, and Mondays is band practice night, so I can't do anything much after 5 on Mondays. This Tuesday, I'm supposed to be doing a show with my buddy Panyabasa and this other guy, Numa, on the Discord. Roger knows who they are.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about doing a show for like months and months and months. And PB's got a new work schedule, and Numa's got we all figured out we have Tuesday off this next week, so we're going to do that. But you know, you can get a hold of me, or you know, Roger can get a hold of me. We can set something up if you like to sometime. That's not a problem.
Okay, because I was wanting to ask you that. I just didn't know how. I know, but I didn't know your name.
Oh, down. I'll be happy to talk with you.
Just call him OG. OB.
OOG.
OB1.
Oh, like OJ.
No, don't. Not good.
No. I'm not a football player.
We don't use OJ.
Dan, you made it.
Hello.
Nice.
Oh,
boy, you missed out.
Constructing transubstantiation, dude. Oh man.
Well,
Good morning.
finished all my chores.
Is that you, Robert?
No.
I'm here. They must be talking. They must name their dog Robert. Hello. Hey. That's the easy name to remember. When the dog barks, hey, there's Robert.
How's everybody?
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, not bad. I'm actually really tired and was about to go to bed. I'm working right, but you got here in time for me to say hello, though. It's good to see you, dude.
Yeah.
Haven't seen you in a while.
I
I was hoping you'd show up earlier.
I'm here to take over. I'm here to
You are. This is hot miking. We used to call that hot bunking in the service. Where you know, hot miking.
I was really surprised that episode went. That was really good.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, it was excellent. And it was the premiere show for the season.
I have to review it later.
Yeah.
It's,
Well, gentlemen, I really have to go, man. I'm fading fast, and I was supposed to be in bed a half hour ago, but I couldn't tear myself away. And I did get out of work a couple hours early today, which helped. But
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks, silence falls. Yeah, that's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here even. I don't want gentle, I don't want polite, I want you. Break, close the distance, don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. Own me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave a stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. What? God, I'm soaked already. and you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover, commit, close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here, right now. Harder, don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing. Take me and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with a headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with a stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing. The keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with a trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with a backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a rose. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate. I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel. But I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already mapped your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all.
sense of fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. You're terminated, fucker.
So yeah, well, actually,
Okay,
we have to make it a little bit later for 10 if you so.
Tomorrow, if you want to just give
I'm
me a
okay
notification
tomorrow,
about,
7, 8, though.
yeah, if you want to give me a notification about an hour or 2 hours beforehand, and then I can see what I'm doing.
Well, just remember it's the same time that we.
I tell 11 p.m. my time. Okay.
Because I always try to keep things at regular 5 p.m. start. Right.
Didn't do that last night. 45 minutes late. Oh, an hour later.
Well,
Um,
that's because Bob does
yeah.
wants to keep it down to like an hour.
No, that's understandable. Yeah.
And then like garden growing is really something you can have to choose around. But will Rob stuff.
Yeah.
Forget. Yeah. Well, we don't want to tire Bob up about too much because Robert's fascinated with her and keeps asking weird questions.
Oh yeah, we beekeeping and yeah, we actually had an interesting conversation about bees and wasps at the end of yesterday's show.
That's what gets me about her. I don't get why she doesn't realize she's a very interesting person because she really is. She's really. She can stop listening. She just does not believe.
She does
I
it?
don't know. I think she does.
She does.
Yeah.
It's just really interesting when you have a personal conversation. It's like she doesn't get where we're coming from when we say it. You know what I mean? I find like she doesn't really think she's very interesting. She's really.
Everybody likes to be modest.
Bob, I'm saying your name right, Bob? Oh boy. I know what he just told me. Oh man.
Okay, so before you go forward, let me do a cool introduction. Get the Victorian,
Okay.
we'll
Let
get
me
into
get
it. And that's Tan High Frank. Call him Tan for
10. Okay.
So
I-
he called me 10 last time, and what did he just
Yeah.
call me Bob just now?
yeah,
Yeah. I'm sorry.
yeah. Bob
Oh man.
Robert
All
has
right.
a memory problem. He,
Okay.
he
Fair enough.
sometimes it'll take about a year or two to get your name down. He still calls Mark Sling.
Okay.
That's because he doesn't
That's cool though. Give me a cool name, Robert.
call him freaking Bruce Robert. He
I
loves
knew you would say something like that.
he loves Bruce. He really does. Like the first AI video I ever watched, and Bruce Lee playing freaking ping pong.
Ping pong with nunchucks. That's right.
You know, I'm like, wow, because it looked real. You know what I mean? It literally looked real. Like you would swear Bruce Lee was playing freaking ping pong. No, let me do countdown, and we'll get started. 3, 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the. This is actually good because I haven't been able to make any real episodes for just the Victorian in quite a long time. Opportunity to do it. We were debating maintenance for doing Wonderful World of Weirdness. Wow, talk. Let's just do the Victorian. Let's talk about some of the topics that we've been discussing in the last couple of days because it is coming to close to the 4th of July. Robert is going to do his 4th of July special for the Praetorian and for his channel tomorrow. But today we're going to have a special perspective. We're going to have Mark Edworthy here with us from the UK and High France from Canada. And we're going to talk about the War of 1812, the Revolutionary War. We're going to talk about a lot of the topics we've discussed lately that doesn't pertain to that, but I figured we would come on here and just bash.
Actually, just before we continue, something I totally forgot about, and you just reminded me of, and once you mentioned the 4th of July, last week was the 10th anniversary of Brexit.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
Yeah, I just totally forgot all about that. So you just mentioned
so
that.
you go, huh? Wow.
Now, the thing that gets me, that would probably be a good thing to bring up. We've talked about over in England with this whole thing going on with the Labour Party. This new kind of stuff. You know,
Maybe.
do you think that there's going to be a good chance to go back to the EU?
Not within this, if not within this government or upcoming government. I can see if whoever becomes the next prime minister, probably Andy Burnham, but again, and saying probably. Technically, legally speaking, even Keir Starmer could actually stand within internal elections and become the next prime minister. Very unlikely, but he could. Anyway, whoever becomes prime minister, this next government will be, to say, sort of, in my view, a caretaker government. They won't be able to do very much into the next general election. they're just going to just say a lot of things and no real action is going to happen.
Well, for me, the one thing that really stands out with this stuff with kids' arms and all the stuff that happened with for making it out, the Labor Party has literally collapsed.
Mm.
And now, whenever I look at the media when it comes to all this stuff taking place, it seems like they're more prominent now than they ever were. Everybody's worried about rejoining the EU and everything. And it doesn't seem like they've lost very much power. But
if we do rejoin, then it won't be a direct rejoin, or it'd be a new join. Actually, in fact, it won't be a rejoin, so to speak. It'd be a new join. But if it happens, they would have to. Well, technically, there wouldn't have to be, but for the purpose of or a good exercise would have to mean that they would have to have a new referendum. Which I would think would result in the same results as we saw 10 years ago. Or the government will be sneaky and push us into the EU through the back door to slowly increase EU regulations back onto us. But that takes time. And considering that at the latest or the longest, there will be a general election in what 2.5, 3 years now. I can see it happening. I can see this happening. There may be some regulations that we pass on from, or the EU will force us into, or we will extract from the EU. But in reality, we will not join the EU within the next 3 years. It's not credible, in my opinion. And besides, we've got other issues ourselves, such as the immigration issue, such as financial situation. In fact, I've got a little bone to pick with Tan on one of your recent posts. I can't remember the actual wording of it, but you suggested that the Canada was the first country to go into recession. Through the G7, and technically, I would argue you could argue Germany is. I know we could pick up numbers. We could pick up.
When did Germany go into recession?
Arguably, it's been in recession for the last 3-4 years. Yeah, if you look at it on a long-term sort of, you're talking about a technical recession.
No,
So,
I'm not. I'm just talking about a recession that was brought about by the
the technical recession, i.e., 3 consecutive quarters or months.
Yeah. But that's not important.
So,
The point is, all the other industrial worlds are able to yet adapt with all the stuff that's happening in the past 2 years, right?
Okay. If you're looking at it in that longer term, then I would say Britain, or Germany. I mean,
really?
If you're just basing it upon GDP figures, then yeah, you could argue Canada is the first country. But if you look at it on sort of money going back to the public pockets, going back the earning capacity of individuals, then I would argue Germany or UK.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
Both of you can tell me this. Okay, if within your own country and all that, it was a thing on eBay. I mean, not eBay. On the thing of about U.S. Bank, the U.S. Bank here, that
Yeah, the Federal
uh,
Reserves, yes.
it's what you call it's not a regular bank, but it's like a new an international bank where it deals with other countries, borrow money from them,
Okay.
and all
Okay.
that, and they do not give out loans and all that. Have you ever heard of that
The
bank?
IMF.
Yeah, it's real big, and it's
The
not
IMF?
close. Yeah, the
Yeah,
U.S.
that's what
Bank.
it. No, it's called International Monetary.
Yeah, IMF. Yeah.
It's now this Federal Reserve that they trade fair. And a lot of people talk about money, cash.
Yeah,
Now the thing of it is that's not what transactions are done on the internet, trade, stuff like that. They're done on Verifone. Is what the dollar bill that drawn is Verifone.
but they're saying that the bank itself here in the U.S. has no rights. They don't. You don't go to this bank to get no house loans, no credit cards, no savings account, no nothing. They do not deal in regular everyday banking stuff. They deal in large, large, large things from
Professional
countries
bank.
and all that. And I'm like, then that's awful odd because for what they were saying on the video, and for what I've seen, how U.S. Bank is sitting here, they got branches all over the place and all that. Yeah, it's a topsy turvy. I don't know what to think because I never heard of that, and I thought a big corporation bank, international bank like that, like the World Bank.
Well, first of all, like you're using the wrong term. There is no America.
Well,
Now you have the Bank of America, which is a privately owned bank.
Mm.
You know what? But
oh, okay.
now
That's why I was wondering.
there's no such thing. American bank.
Wait, in Canada, we have the Bank of Canada. What's the U.S. if you have
Yeah, but that's
the
still a
Federal
private.
Reserve, right?
Now, is that a privately owned bank? Bank of
It's all
Canada?
private. All banks are
No.
private.
The Bank of Canada is I thought it's the equivalent of the U.S. Federal Reserves, but maybe not.
So yeah, that would be what.
Because Mark Carney, the current Prime Minister of
Mhm.
Canada, he used to be the governor of the Bank of Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, these are banking institutions which are all private.
Now,
rather
I've
than
had
government
interesting
or
conversations
taxpayers.
about that too. Whenever it comes to like, people trying to tell me like the Social Security office is non-governmental, and neither is the Federal Reserve, uh, IRS. You know, these are actual government organizations. I keep telling them no, they only have authority because of disciplinary powers that are given by Congress. You know what I mean? So they're non-government.
No, I was right. The U.S. Federal Reserve is the counterpart of the Bank of
Right.
Canada. It's a central bank, right? So
Yeah, much like the Bank of England. Yeah.
yeah.
So could they be in any form or fashion affiliated with any other bank here in the U.S. like that?
Well, the Federal Reserve is what distributes the freaking money. You know what I mean? It's not like, okay, the best way to explain it is like if you turn around and take $5, just say $10, take $10, put it in the bank. only $5 of that money stays at that bank. The other 5 goes to the Federal. Okay? Now, whenever they send $5 to the Federal Reserve can send $10 back to them. Okay, so now the $10 put in the bank turns into 50. Now, when somebody comes in and they want to make a loan for, say, $5, they turn around and make that $5 loan. And so the loan goes out to the person, and the person gets $5. Now, because that loan was made for $5, the Federal Reserve sends another $10 to the bank. So the bank, by this point, has made $20 off the $10 that you have deposited. Okay? So not only do they get 10 extra dollars, but then the person who made the loan has to pay that freaking $5 loan back with. That's how it works. And the Federal Reserve is the one in charge of distributing according to that kind of thing.
Okay, and they do, and are they affiliated? Do they? How does that work with the school administration? Where when
Sorry.
the school administration, where when these schools gets like grant money and all that, how
Grant money comes. Grant money is
Yeah.
a governmental. It's a taxpayer provided
That
money.
doesn't come.
Oh, they don't. Oh, okay.
It can do because governments can borrow money.
Well, what about like Social Security? Since they go in depth into Social Security from
Well, there's
1980.
there's no evidence. You gotta understand. Now there's a lot of people that make claims, and there's a good chance it is happening, but there is no evidence back.
Generally speaking, once a taxpayer pays tax, all that tax money goes into a big pot, and then it gets divvied out to whether
Well, supposedly,
service.
yeah, but supposedly, there's a several different counts they do, and for each person that does work that gets broke up then into them separate accounts, but they mainly goes for that one there because they never have no. They have had problems of coming up with the money to pay back. They claim the people that making statements about the people that goes there and dips into Social Security the account, that when it comes to when they sign the paperwork about paying it back.
Well, first of all, the thing about Social Security, and I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about it. A lot of people have paid in, okay? But you need to understand Social Security was something that wasn't actually supposed to take place because, first of all, it takes and it pulls money out for wage. That's a wage. That completely, according to the Constitution, the government here in the United States, no. Now, the taxes that we should have been going off of was tax comes to sell. When you buy and sell securities, that's where the tax should be drawn. Just be people's wages, people's property. Okay? So whenever they did all, they did pretty decisive, but was very, was very. So there's a lot of people who will tell you straight up that the Federal Reserve, their way of doing things is illegal. So that's however you want to take it. If you're a liberal, you'll disagree with. They can have these organizations let's say it's fine to come in, tax free property or amount of work because it's all for free. But then if you go according to constitutional government, constitutional law, find they've overreached their so originally we didn't want a freaking Federal Reserve for a state bank. Like you have the Bank of England, Bank of Canada. That's the one thing our founding fathers did. We never wanted to centralize. We had a few people who were involved in politics back then different. They're manipulated this where we got good. I believe he was the first guy that was involved.
Oh, you told me that just before. I can't think of his name, but I know who.
He ended up being president. I think he was second or third.
I think.
I'll go. Be ready. I know I don't want to.
Because what I was asking for is because they come up with all these different types of thinking things. It's like my first day seeing it. I guess AI now, the movie industry is going on to Facebook because they came up with their first movie. They did. Yeah, AI movie. Facebook came out with it today. A part of it, you gotta finish. You gotta go through the process, but it's an AI movie.
When you say AI, what specifically? Again,
well, it's about interstitial flight in space. They didn't give a name. They didn't of the movie, but it was an AI movie. They had the AI
okay. Again, I don't know what you mean by AI in this context.
AI was it? AI made the movie.
But Roger, you're talking about John Adams, I think. Artificial intelligence. What do you mean?
Movies.
Specifically, what? Are we talking about artificial
intelligence?
actors? Are we talking about artificial script, computer generative scripts?
I pulled it up now. The first
John Adams.
No, Alexander.
Okay.
He was the one in centralized national bank. As the national first secretary of Treasury, President George Washington and Hamilton proposed the creation of the first bank. He believed the central bank was absolutely necessary to stabilize young, massive revolutionary war debts that were here.
So we're talking about under John Taylor's administration.
So
yeah, 2019. Actually, no, we're not. We are talking about. Yeah.
Hamilton pushed for a national bank, sparked the first major debate over how to interpret the U.S. Constitution. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, fiercely opposed the bank. They argued for a strict interpretation of the Constitution, pointing out that the document did not explicitly give Congress power to create a bank. Then Hamilton argued for reduced interpretation to the necessary proper geographic law, stating Congress the implied power to create a bank carry out its official duty by collecting tax rate. Um, you also have Jackson, another guy. President Andrew Jackson, here to put state bank instead of national.
What's the difference?
Uh, during the presidency from 1829 to Jackson engaged in bitter political battle known as the bank. He strongly opposed the second bank state, which was a central national bank. Jackson believed the national bank had too much power, favored wealthy Eastern elite. In 1832, Jackson vetoed a bill new bank charter to permanently dismantle it. Before the charter expired, he ordered that all federal government deposits be moved from the second bank. Then, after that, there was a rise of pet banks transferred federal funds to state chartered commercial banks. His political opponents mockingly labeled these elected to pet. They were opposed to the political act Democratic Party. This shift is to decentralize state banking caused the expansion of credit paper, which ultimately contributed to a major economic panic.
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between them banks and today's, how the two operates in the process of from the two different times, like how the banking works now compared to what it was back then?
I mean, I really don't understand what banking.
Well, no, I wonder
Like,
the process of the difference from that time, the laws of banking until now, because you would think that.
No, we were talking about the recession in Canada and the recession. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Crap. I mean, I don't understand the connection but you're talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
what was it you guys were talking about when it comes to the recession in Canada? What the hell?
Oh, Mark was disputing my claims that Canada was the first country to enter.
Well, in a technical official recession, yeah, you could argue that Canada is the first, but in real terms, I argue that it wasn't.
Well, to be fair, I think inflation by itself freaking like it's all built off of like the 40-hour week convention. Like people used to work freaking long 40 hours a week.
Inflation. Okay, explain how does inflation works? Like it depends on how many people, the amount of money that goes into your government. Ain't that way it works?
Like from what I understand of inflation, like this amount of money government labor. It's always gone. Like there's never been a time in this
So
supposed
In
inflation
in
went down.
in very basic terms, inflation means the less worth of, let's say, a dollar. So a dollar could have bought you, I don't know, whatever 10 years ago, but it's not going. It's going. But you're going to need what, $4 now to buy the same thing as a dollar would have bought you 10 years ago.
okay, so like with Canada, okay, since they're going through that process of where lack of jobs because they're being all computerized,
Well, we
and
we like to call it outsourced.
Okay.
you know all that outsource is going on, automated and taxi automation, energy as well. That means that they're still never going to get as good as anything else because they're still going to go down farther
Well,
down because the
I
lack
mean,
of jobs.
no,
Again, I
it's more
think
than
you
that.
putting too much emphasis on automation.
Well, I'm talking about for every automated
No,
thing
Robert,
that gets just get
it's
put
Yeah,
in.
I
way.
think you put in too much in.
It's way too much.
Not every job is automated. Some jobs are being outsourced to other countries.
Right, exactly. Mongolia is the
Manual
big one.
skill.
Yeah, but
A lot of
Hold up,
it's still manual
let me
skill.
point this. And I mentioned this to Naroki because
Automation can
he
only
he
go
doesn't.
so far.
I'm sitting here muted. I'm sitting here muted.
I think you've been too.
I'm sorry,
I
I was
think
muted. I agree with
okay.
you on that because like
I
everything you said there is true. And another thing I want to point out too is when it comes to South versus other countries, Mongolia, one of for real quite saying. I'm sitting there having a conversation with you. Didn't realize
I think Robert is bitten by the so-called AI bug. Believe everything's going to
well,
be sort of.
what I was referring to is that okay, how many jobs will it take to run a computer for manufacturing of a vehicle? The size of the plant, and then in them
Well,
plants, how many
Robert,
of them jobs will
Robert,
suffice that plant?
you need to understand something. This benefits the companies that are doing it, and it doesn't benefit the player. Like this is something that we're talking about, and it's just like with Canada. Okay? Canada has freaking minerals and resources galore. They could be the richest freaking nation in the freaking world if they could actually get their resources. But the problem is Canada wants to outsource their minerals to freaking countries like Mongolia who freaking are selling these minerals at a cheap price. So instead of having them workers who are actually freaking mining the minerals in their country and making freaking money, they would rather freaking outsource it to Mongolia, let them do it at a cheap price. And that has nothing to do with freaking uh, dark factories, darkware, freaking AI, any of that. That is a big part of it, okay? But that's not the only way. And like I've had this conversation with Roki, and he does not want to admit that say others. No.
You know. So
I think the problem is people are too susceptible to sort of the mainstream headlines and corporations that want to push automation and sort of blinded by what's actually happening in various industries. Again, not everything is artificial intelligence. We don't eat, drink, and shit artificial intelligence.
Well, I mean, they were getting taking some of the low jobs and some of the high jobs, okay, and transforming them into a artificial intelligent work. They do in grocery stores, like at Walmart here. They took some of the where they filled the cart of the things, and they got machines. They go around at night and restock all the stores and clean up the areas and all that.
Is that
And
true? I'm just thinking of the biggest supermarkets in the UK. Biggest chain supermarket in the UK is Tesco's. I've got a Tesco's just down the road from me, and they still staff in people to actually fill the shelves. So I think
that's good.
you are being blindsided by a sort of
Well,
futuristic sort of, I don't know, a lie. Yeah. Walmart still employs people to stock shelves.
yes, but now what Walmart does do is they got like a fourth of their
Well,
stores
let me,
automated.
well, I mean, I know you're big on the whole, hey, like doing this and automating that. Let's look at these jobs they're so worried about. Like most of the people who are terrified that AI is still a job, freaking in the freaking computer. And now these are the people who are funneling out the "we hate AI" freaking
Not
propaganda
only
that's
computer,
coming out.
not only in the computer industry, but in administration.
Mostly in.
Administration, yeah.
Okay, now, besides that, the other jobs that freaking people are terrified of losing their jobs because of AI is jobs that nobody else. Like working in the fast food, pushing a button, and freaking fries in 4 minutes is just pretty much a dead job. You know what I'm saying? Okay, if you can get AI, freaking all you gotta do is put the French fries down,
Mm-hmm.
fry thing, and that's perfectly fine.
Again, these aren't intelligent. These aren't artificial intelligence. They're just automated
Well,
machines.
you have this, see, and this is the roadblock me and you have. Like you have this idea like AI was never a part of robotics and it was never a part of freaking virtual reality. When in reality,
Hey,
if you look back, they have always been okay. Like they
in
have
science
always
fiction,
been.
in the minds of people like William Gibson, yeah.
No, I
But
mean they have always been linked together. There's never been a separation between the term
yeah,
AI,
it's not
robotics,
intelligence.
and
It's just
well,
algorithms. It's
they've been
man-made
using
algorithms.
that term since the 1980s. Okay, and it's always linked to robotics, always linked to virtual reality. That they've always been one and the same. You know what I mean? There's never been a separation of like
Again, in the minds of people, on white novel writers, science fiction writers.
most most of the people who freaking encourage virtual reality, most of the people who encourage freaking setting up these machines, uh, that they are the same ones who are going to be losing their job because they freaking are now on the shopping. The freaking their creations are the same things that are turning against them, and they're going to lose their job because AI or LLMs can code faster than they. And with the code that they put out, it's freaking like 50 times freaking more than the average code freaking puts out. Okay, so that means they've got to go through and they got to clean the slop. That's about the existence of their job. They're going to be clean.
Here we go. Come with to the issue. The issue that I complain about all the time. You having these large language models writing code, and nobody can understand the code. People know.
Somebody's going to have to go through there and clean it up. So that's what a coder is going to be now. They're going to be the garbage. They're going to be going through, cleaning up code, be paid minimum wage. So that's what I'm. Those are the people whose careers are being threatened, and they're the same ones who promoted VR, and they're the ones who promoted robotics. They're the ones who promoted LLM. All of these programs have been around for years. Okay.
I'm not saying that we are not going to see more and more automation in industries, because obviously we are going to see more automation in the fourth industrial era. But people jumping on the artificial intelligence, and I hate that term, bandwagon at this present moment, thinking that the end is going to, the world is going to stop. The end is nigh. Scaremongering, because
I agree. It is.
automation
It is way more publicized.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I think that it is a tool. I don't think that people need to worry about. Like if it takes your job, that job was really worth having. To be honest, because
and there's the old argument, especially in the public sector, about useless jobs. People just answering emails all day, or just sticking a number in a spreadsheet all day.
Right.
Really unproductive jobs. Sure, get a machine to do those unproductive tasks for you.
This is actually very probably more quick to talk about. To be honest.
That and
Hold on. Let's get Chan.
Okay.
Because he's actually a coder. So, what's your take on that?
Rewind for me the last 2 minutes of what we were talking about.
Do you think that AI is going to get rid of a lot of the useless jobs that most people in the tech world are used to having?
For like what? Useless job?
Like
Again, like my examples of people just putting numbers in an spreadsheet or an email, or even development type jobs. Jobs
write speech for politicians.
Yeah, or
speechwriters.
even write code. The sort of development job that you do.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, talk about code writers. For sure, AIs are not going to get rid of coders. They would just build a new class of coders.
Interestingly enough, there's a big argument in the open source community. Dare I say community? Again, another term I don't like in this concept. About commits or merge requests being written by large language models, and certain projects refusing to accept those merge requests because they were written by large language models.
Sure, that's up to the projects. They have their own policies, right? Some of them are maybe afraid of lawsuits, of having AI generated code into their code base.
I have a question for you.
You know, they don't have. If people are going to be using AI LLMs to generate code, they need some sort of legal arrangement with the LLM vendors, right?
Yeah.
So there's legal implications that those open source projects don't want to get tied down or having headaches about. So
It's an interesting, Roger. I've got an interesting question for you.
Okay.
Throughout the Fallout
Sort of
series,
Fallout.
you were using large language models to generate the scripts.
Right.
Who actually owned those scripts?
That would be me.
The terms of service of those large language
Well,
models
see,
state that you own.
I actually have been doing some cool research into this, and believe it or not, I posted it on our chat the other day, and I can't believe it. I was amazed by it. But one of the guys who came out with this was actually an employee of vidIQ, and this also impacted the channel that I'm doing with the wonderful world of weirdness too. Okay, and it has to do with copyright, and it also has to do with what do they call that? It's not copyright, but it's actually in
Ownership, really.
no, it has to do with using content that's not yours. Um, now, the whole thing about copyright when it comes to LLMs and AI, what they term as AI, is it cannot be um, it cannot be copywritten and it cannot be termed as copyright a copyright issue. All right. No,
Why is that?
no, they've actually had it on there last night. I posted it into Elements. Let me see if I can find it again. This is actually I put it on there, and I actually said this is a really good really good
I argue that
what is
a
it?
large language vendor or a large language production house could state in the terms of service that that they own all content.
Well, see, that's the whole thing with the
At
terms
least
of
in theory.
service. With the terms of service, you are right. You are absolutely right. But he gets into it a lot more in detail. Okay. Now, with the wonderful world of weirdness, what got them in trouble, or what got John in trouble, was inauthentic material that he had used on his channel years before. Okay. Now, inauthentic material. Robert, mute out. I'm hearing a background.
Oh, okay.
But inauthentic material is actually what the deal is when it comes to AI. Okay, and it has absolutely nothing to do with AI whatsoever. It was more of the fact that the people who formerly had the channel, which is John and them, used content that was created by other people. It wasn't a strike for copyright. Okay, it was using unauthentic material without using it as material with like commentary involved, or just having a conversation and saying what the video was about. Instead,
but are those content generated by AI?
no, this wasn't even AI generated.
Right.
Okay, and this is what the issue is with YouTube right now. Okay, it's not a fact of copyright infringement or anything like that. It has to do with inauthentic material. They're going after people for using content that they didn't create themselves. You see what I mean?
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who owns the original content.
Right. Material without.
Just to clarify, you're talking about the vidIQ.
No, this actually has to do with YouTube's. YouTube's.
No. The thing that you stuck on the chat was the vidIQ YouTube. Oh.
No, that one was before. This one is a new. Oh yeah, the vidIQ. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I haven't. I've been meaning to watch the whole day, and I just haven't had the time.
I really don't like vidIQ. Don't get me wrong, okay? But this guy hit it right on the nose, and I
I have to admit, he was right about a lot of this stuff because I had gone through this with John on the channel, The Wonderful World of Weirdness, because their organic reach has just been crappy ever since they got struck down on their monetization stuff. Like they were getting views like you wouldn't believe, but the moment that happened, everything just went bam. It just dropped. You know.
Well,
So
but in order to determine if the content is inauthentic, they would have to compare it against some original content,
hmm
right?
right.
And that original content presumably belongs to somebody,
Right.
so it's sort of along the same line as copyright.
Well, the thing of it was is a lot of the content that John used was from people in ufology and in paranormal, and there were some that was copyright incidences, and that had to be freaking gotten rid of. But then the other ones was basically off of inauthentic material. Okay, where he had taken and used 15, maybe about 2 to 5 minute video clips, and he used them on the channel, and he didn't have any kind of conversation or commentary on the video. Okay, so this was just using other people's material without freaking contributing to it or using it as an example or something like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
This reminds me. You remember that channel that V suggested that we had to look at the other week? This is exactly the same sort of criticism I've got on that channel. I had on that channel. Yeah.
That's why you have to be careful with these guys. Whenever it comes to like V and his suggestions, I'm really, really leery about it because he wants to always get into stuff like these freaking. There was one where it was a robot that's always falling down and shit, making mistakes and stuff like that. And Rhea calls them brain rot videos. Okay, and they're just
slop. Yeah.
They're worse than AI slop. They're just brain rot. You know what I mean? Some of them aren't even freaking AI. They're just brain rot. You know.
Machine generative. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's 10. Yeah, that's 10. Robert, you have to unmute now if you're gonna talk.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, I just wanted to make sure I said his name right, Tim. Okay, I got a question for you. Sorry about that.
All right.
You know what you mean.
Yeah.
There was a thing on the internet about there's a specific place on the site for AIs to get together to chat with one another.
Oh yeah. I think I sent that link out, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were.
And how they rewrite their own codes and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, that was you. Okay,
Yeah,
I did not know. Okay, that because I was wondering if that was actually.
No, I did. I actually did start playing around with that. Just so you know, and that is what was it? It was oh God, what was it? I just freaking said it today. Bob Dub was wondering why I wanted to set something up different from Lovables than what they were doing, and I was like, I have different projects that are in the thing because I wanted to check out what you were talking about with
I saw her comment, and the first thing that came to my mind was competition is good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can be incorporated, and this is the first time I actually wanted to kind of mix in Blender with AI. I've always kind of didn't like it. You know what I mean? So, but then I came across this because Tan posted that, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna give it a try, see if it works, because I don't know. I mean, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable.
I just had a thought. Consider we were just in the last show we were talking about sociology and
Mixar.
socialism. And Tan's video, I think it was a video, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a video. You could have an entire conversation about these large language models and socialism within that concept.
Yeah,
How
you can have
do
an
we have to-
experiment.
yeah.
Socialism in AI, is that what
Large
we're...
You can have
language
an
model.
experiment and run it and see which society will outlast.
That was actually, I remember that. Now,
Yeah.
yes.
Did you make a video as well about they were having machines wouldn't obey by a certain voice command where a person would say something and the thing wouldn't respond to what was the command was?
Well, actually, this is interesting. Let Tan explain this because he can tell you. This is what that video was about. Was very interesting. So give him a second.
We gotta find that video again. It's
They-
in the chat. I don't think I posted on mine.
And because they were bringing up a whole bunch of solutions, like if you like they had a test of them of like 6 groups of AI or however, and they gave each one a specific thing, act a specific thing, and each one did a different thing. And
Yeah, really, that is the point of the video that Tan showed us.
okay.
Yeah, it was really how these large language
I think
models
I found it.
interacted with each other and how they sort of
Well, let me
formed their own societies.
let me say this is a cooler way because I know you're trying to be scientific, Mark. So let a cool dude like me come in and say this, okay?
Let me share the link and then you can play the video.
Okay.
There.
I would not play that video because that's over 15. That's over 2. It would have to be within 2.5 minutes.
Now let me say something though because
It
this
is
is
a
this
short
is
video.
this is a good example of what it is. Okay, now when
YouTube,
when it comes to what Tan posted a little while ago, I ended up playing around with a thing here recently called Mixar. And I'm trying to combine it with another AI thing called Lovable, okay, to create something. Now, this goes back to like whenever I started messing around with Suno, okay? Now, Suno, all I have to do is create prompts or make prompts, and then it creates music for me.
Yep.
So this is the basic gist, Robert, of what it's all about. Like I give it a certain prompt with certain commands, and it just creates it for me.
In plain English.
Right. And that's what they're talking about right there. So you don't actually code; you just make a prompt that does the coding for you.
Yeah.
So.
But so we're talking about there's 2 kind of different things. When we're talking about the agent experiment, where they put the different AI agent into an environment and let them live it out together. The other one is the AI plugin for Blender. I think that's what you're talking about. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the one that's the plug-in on Blender is the one I'm playing around with because now, see, I'm a rock star now, but I want to be a movie star.
You want to show us some of it?
Some
of your work.
I've got music. I've got music that I've put out and everything all over the place on here. So you guys, when you hear music that's coming off of my channels, that's what it is.
No. Well, that's the Sunos generated. What about the Blender, like the animation generated by AI?
Actually, I haven't got that yet. I've got the cityscape that I'm working on. Now, if you go onto that song block or song drop that I did, that's the actual Blender render that I did. and that took 2 weeks. Okay, now I'm going to take that and I'm going to use the Mixar to create an AI blender mix to see
Okay.
how that comes out.
Okay.
And that I haven't been able to do that because every time I do it, freaking Mixar crashes on me. It can't cope. It can't cope with the freaking can't cope with the skills that it takes to do Blender. You know what I'm saying?
It can't cope with the huge amount of resource that your CPU provides.
Well, see, another thing too is like AI can't handle freaking geometry nodes. It doesn't understand what a geometry node is. If you take a render that is made out of geometry nodes and you put it on the AI, all you'll get is a black screen because it does not understand geometry nodes whatsoever. Just a little heads up to anybody out there.
Again, I'm going to be really critical. Just a sec. I'm going to be extremely critical, and this isn't artificial intelligence, whatever that means. I'm just thinking of a project that I was playing around with. Must have been 20 years ago now. That was creating vector sort of landscapes automatically. And nobody called that artificial intelligence. So
well, see, this comes back to what I was telling you, dude. You need to wake up. That's exactly what it was. You just did not realize it at the time, dude.
It's not.
Yes.
Well,
You had
the term artificial intelligence is a misnomer. I can have artificial intelligence. How can intelligence be artificial? Can't be. Either you got intelligence or you haven't got intelligence.
What does artificial mean?
Fake.
I always thought artificial.
He does not want to admit to the fact that the technology he's been using for years is now called artificial intelligence.
It's algorithmic
Everything,
generated.
dude.
Artificial just means man-made.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Artificial man-made. So everything. Okay, I've just made the cigarettes.
You want to
artificial.
You want to know
Somebody
some really?
made this now.
No, you didn't make the cigarette. You just put all the materials together.
Yeah.
Right. Now see,
you
the
didn't
best.
make the substance that was the cigarette.
You have anything? You don't have anything to do with molecular.
Well, the best AI that was ever put out, just so you guys know, the best AI was put out on Ancient Aliens, to be honest with you. If you go on that television show and you watch it, especially with how much it's been saturated into our internet use today.
A question on Ancient Aliens. Was there any actual intelligence even on?
I'm just telling you, like, that's got some of the best LLMs, AI renders in all of it, and they haven't put an episode of that out for well over 10 years now.
Okay, I'm going to go on a crusade of banning the term artificial intelligence.
I think you're probably a pioneer in that area. Like you're. To be honest.
Why would then you have to replace it with something that you would see more appropriate? It's just a name that we decide to call a concept.
Machine generative algorithmic procedural
Procedural
algorithmic generative content.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I forgot your name again.
Come up with a cool acronym for that. It may stick.
PGAC MC. PGAC MC.
PCMCIA.
Deficit disorder. I was wondering, is there any way that if someone can make up a thing to where you like like they got where yeah, you can talk to it, put it down. I was wanting to run a thing through an AI to see what it would be like. What would happen if a device was actually created? Like if you take like copper wire, you weave it like you do fabric, and you add that stuff of you add that stuff like crystals to the fabric of the copper. Try to simulate to where the just like the solar cells do. You make that into a solar cell web, and the device, the thing for where it gets what like picks up the red, the infrared,
Okay.
the
I
red
think
from
I
the
know where
sun.
you're going with
Light.
this. I want to see a mummy cable meets daddy cable.
Well, no. I'm talking about if you take a large thing of wine, of copper wiring, and you wave it. You make like you do with like fabric, and you put that into it. Would it be able to like pick up like the infrared, the light up the infrared in it?
Right.
What would be
Say
the
that
thing?
again.
The process of like what a solar cell does,
Yeah.
the material that's in the solar cell for with the crystals in it. What would be the process of making that happen? If you weave a thing of copper together, like a fabric, and the thing that picks up the registers the light, like the flashlight, when you turn the flashlight on the solar cell, it responds to it, and it has that thing for infrared light.
So you got a lens, or you got a sensor that picks up the light from the lens.
Well, not so much. The fabric picks up the light from it. The infrared light hits it, and it stir whatever the process is of a solar cell. But you put it on.
I think you've just described the process yourself. Have you not?
Well, yeah, but I was just saying about the weaving of the copper wiring, like fabric, like make it nice and stretched out. It's completely enclosed into it, and you add that crystals to it, onto it, or however they do the process of it in the solar cell, and you have like you find out that if you set it out there in the sun, will it attract or does it get any response from it? Like with all that the AI programs and all that there, if you type that up and you put it down on the computer, would that computer would be able to understand and see what it would be like? The putting things in and to see how it would respond. All the information that your ideals, run it through an AI system for like how much of a powder crystals would have to put it into a fabric of copper, and what all the parts would you need? If the parts would work or not.
I'm not following you at all.
Well, just imagine if you weave copper wire together, like about like 4 foot long and about 2 inches wide.
Mm-hmm.
mean, I was just wondering if they had something like they coming out with all sorts of things, AI stuff. I didn't know if they actually had anything like that or not, where you take regular stuff, put it together on a computer, and the AI would run it through to see what would happen. You know how good or if it's possible to actually make.
That's not artificial intelligence. So
Well, yeah.
you saying any simulation is no artificial intelligence?
Well, not all. Well, I'm just saying that they would understand the process of the materials. They would understand the materials, how each of the materials would work. Okay, when you put it all together, what the thing from it, how will it respond?
Okay. Roger, do you want to help me out here? A bit confused.
Well, like with he deals with he deals with all that AI stuff and all that, and the computer. Well, since everything's running by computers today at a faster rate, I would think that wouldn't it be able to run through a mock device to see it with all the materials that you have, how in what ways will it work, or how will it work, or will it not work, and if so, how good will it be?
What is the end process you're looking for? What is the end?
Well, like okay, if I have a fabric copper sitting outside towards the sun with the material on the copper line webbing, it would absorb the yellow sunlight, the red sunlight, and it would stir and it would get activated by the materials that creates energy, like the solar cell does. But you have the copper fabric absorbing up all the energy from it and taking it down to the battery.
Okay.
But it has to have a thing of making sure that the thing is being activated by the infrared light. Like when you got a flashlight, how it responds to that infrared lighting. Because they are showing on there about the solar cells, they respond to the sun, the red light. And I was thinking, well, if you can go create something different than that does about the same thing. Like if you was to take like copper wiring and you weave it together like fabric, okay, and you put all the process, you do whatever you get all the materials up, like the thing for where the sunlight for the infrared to where it makes the molecules of the copper activate, get it go where it starts to get to respect. It responds to it, the electric, the yellow light.
Again, I'm still not following you.
Because they show that on the thing of the solar cells that does that as well too. They got that same ability on them.
The point of a solar cell is just to convert light into energy.
Yeah, but if you was to do a different way, is take copper webbing and you
copper is just there to transmit the energy from point A to point B.
Yeah, That's what. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But to where it picks up the sunlight,
No,
that yellow sunlight, and
la-
transfer it into like what solar cell does.
now, the last time Robert brought this up, I do want to point out DK did make a comment a long time ago about it with copper, and he was right. Copper is actually a big, it's a big thing when it comes to transferring energy.
Yeah, That's why we use copper in all circuitries.
We were talking about
Circuitry.
electromagnetism and stuff the last time he brought this up, and now the whole thing that I was talking about the last time it was brought up when it comes to electromagnetism is like when it comes to like lifting huge objects. That's when people usually use lead in the place of copper. Because copper it doesn't have that strength to where the magnetism is strong enough to like pick a car up and dump it into into an area where it can be crushed. You know what I'm saying? So they have to.
Copper is quite a malleable, weak metal, and which allows it to be flexible. Hence why we use it in cabling.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's so flexible, I can just manipulate this piece of wire to whatever shape I want.
So, but what I'm saying is, if you take a piece of paper, you make a where each strand of copper is tightly weaved together, okay, and from the top to the bottom, there's only two lines on either side, and the same way with the other side.
Well, that's called the motor.
No. What I'm referring to is the weave.
No. What I'm referring to is it's called the motor, dude. They've been using that since Tesla discovered freaking alternate current, dude. Like, he's actually the one who came up with that concept.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Twining freaking copper into a motor to where it can create a charge. That's
What's that, Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla. Or it could have been Edison with direct current. I don't know. Because see, Tesla is the one who came out with alternate current, and what was it? In what's his face? Oh God, now I'm forgetting his name. Edison came out with direct current. That's why he was so jealous.
Actually, it wasn't Edison, wasn't it? It was because somebody came up with that before.
That French dude.
Yeah.
I forgot his name. Well, there was actually a dispute when it comes to copyrights. Lo and behold.
Yeah,
patents,
who was
patents.
the first? Yeah.
But Tesla came out with that. That was how he actually was able to light up the World Fair in New York on the first. It was the first time electricity was put in place. Was in the World Fair. And they used those. So. But that's an old concept. Now they do have there is a guy on the internet who's been trying to use that to create free energy, by the way, which is really cool because he has this I don't know how you could what you could call it, but it's kind of like a what do they call that, the circular thing, like it's really weird. He has it wrapped in copper, and then what he does is he takes batteries and he hooks them up in different areas, and he's trying to create free energy off of that.
Okay, so it's not free energy because copper and batteries cost.
Well, the interesting part is he wants to get it to start, and if he can get it to start, eventually he can stop using the battery to charge it. It's just to start it. So,
yeah, but okay.
I know.
Okay. I'm just going back to the point of there is no such thing as free energy because the infrastructure still has to be built.
Well, it's monopoles too. Well, monopoles, they have to actually have to prove that monopoles exist. If they can do that, then they can have free energy. But until
no, because it's okay to have free energy, but free energy is useless without infrastructure to actually use it. Then what's the point?
you know what monopoles are, right?
Yeah, but the sun is free. Access. The light that comes from the sun is free, but unless you've got solar panels to actually harness the sun.
My goodness, you're just ridiculous. I swear.
So
Up to an extent.
Boy, you talk about Robert taking things a little too far. Like, yeah, I mean, come on.
So
You're
there
like
is no
literally
such thing as free energy.
You're literally using the word freaking free in a literal term. Like,
Well,
now,
yeah, but-
and I do want to point something out about that too. How I think that's bogus as well, because the silicon on freaking these solar panels,
Yeah.
they wear down, and they're not very efficient. Like they only pull in maybe like 60% of the solar energy.
And when you stop to think about
I believe it
for,
is.
for how long it takes that stuff to wear down for a period of time before you got to replace all the process of that. If it's next 5 years or 10.
Silicon's not really the best solution, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's just the idea that how long it takes that stuff to mature, to dissipate.
Because
I did some research on this not that long ago, and under UK, under UK standards, solar panels should last 25 years.
Okay, and what
with regular
15 different types of solar panels. What are they made out of? All 15 of them.
glass and silicon and copper.
That one, like
Maybe.
for that one I was talking about, the one with the crystals in it, crystals into it as well.
Yeah, glass.
No, crystals.
Yeah, glass.
Oh, because that's the one I was saying about how it picks up that color of infrared.
Well,
take a flashlight
hold on. Hold up. I know about this. Now the red has to do with the silicon, because for the longest time, satellites that were looking out into space could not pick up the freaking color red because they didn't have the ability to do it. And what they found out was they had to have a thicker layer of silicon underneath the panels in order to freaking do that. The satellite, actually, it's the one from Japan that's in Hawaii. I forgot the name of the mountain range, but it was the first satellite that could actually pick up the color red in outer space. And the reason why they did it is they had to go through and they had to freaking make the silicon underneath the freaking panels of the satellite thicker. So it's not really the copper or the freaking glass, it's the silicon.
Oh, okay.
That does that. So I do know that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
It's the color red when it comes to astronomy is very, very interesting. Just so you guys know, like if you ever want to know how the color red becomes cool, go and learn about astronomy. It's just awesome. And telescopes, things of that nature. They've got some really cool information. That's where you, to be honest with you, that's where you're going to find out a lot of the information when it comes to cutting edge technology and stuff. And like when it comes to AI, another thing that perturbs me is like when Mark gets all frustrated about it. Like, and Nancy does this too. Like They think that there's a difference between AI and the freaking space rover that's on Mars because they changed the name. Okay, so you're telling me that the program that's in that space rover isn't freaking AI? Like seriously, dude?
Well, no, again, this don't believe there was such a thing as artificial intelligence in the first place.
Well, I
Again,
think
it's just algorithmic
I think people do that
procedure.
shit on purpose though, because like it's very very complex program on those rovers that
Yeah.
have to think on its own without the assistance of humans.
Technically, it's not thinking.
Or
It's just
process.
following procedures.
Right.
Procedures.
Right. And it's the same thing with these satellites when they're in space, like the Voyager and stuff like that. You know, Vija. You know,
That's how you. That's a fictional. Vida is a fictional.
well, V'ger had to think for itself to a certain degree so that it could function. And they're actually
Again, let's not conflate fictional stories with actual things that we know about, factual things.
I know a lot about V'ger.
Yeah, we've all seen what stuff. Is it the motion picture?
Well,
or is it the
Yeah,
it's
it was the first one.
It's the first one, isn't it? Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, we've all seen that. Some of us remember. Well, I think some of us remember when they came out. When did they come out? That thing?
Well, tell me this, if you're so smart. What was the name of the bald-headed chick?
oh,
Nobody knows the answer to that without cheating. Nobody knows the name of the bald chick off the first Star Trek movie.
yeah, I know her name.
1979. Help was in 1979. Don't mean
Her name is in the Bible.
Right?
Yeah, her name is in the Bible.
The only reason why they don't know it is because she's bald-headed. I'm telling you, she's very, very famous, dude, and nobody can freaking tell me her name.
Character name rather than the actual actress.
No, her real name. Her real name.
A real name. The actress name.
Yep.
Persis Cumbeta. Oh no, that's the yeah, that's the okay. That's no. Oh my!
You're cheating, and you're still not able to answer her name, man. I mean, seriously. I am Internet Media Database. IMDb. That's the best source for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Wikipedia page. IMDb.
But yeah, now
She's not from another show. She is.
And
I was going to say I remember when they came out, but I was too young. I was only 3 years old when they came out.
I remember when my uncle first came home after watching it. He took Robert, I think, to the theater to see it. I think that one or Indiana Jones was your
It was
first.
the Indiana Jones that me and him watched.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Indiana Jones in the it was the first one, wasn't it? With the
Wasn't that a bit later? Was 81 or 82?
that one was that one was after Star Trek. Yeah, that was after Star Trek. So you might have went to Star Trek first with them. That could have been your first movie, Robert.
Okay, yeah. Because I remember we got a ticket we did.
Yeah, Elmer on that motorcycle.
No, I got a ticket because I didn't have no glasses on.
Oh, that's right. See, back then it was cool because you didn't have to wear.
Yeah,
the
I was right. It was Persis Combator.
Percy's.
Persis, whatever. Yeah, yeah, I was right in the first place. I thought I was.
So yeah. Now Voyager or Voyager, I should say.
Well, Voyager was the probe from Earth.
See, a lot of people don't know the story on that. You know that that satellite was supposed to freaking have gone dead in space, right? That they didn't know that it actually had the capabilities of restarting, and it actually started up out of the blue and continued
No.
on its voyage.
It went through a black hole into another planet where
No,
the
Robert.
people created
that's
a
the
bigger
movie.
place for Voyager.
Actually, there's a bit of fan fiction there.
That
It's
was-
believed in some fans believe that it was created by the creators of the Borg.
Well, that's
Video.
that was just that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that because
Whatever. You know, you got to be careful with them fans because they don't have any common sense. You know what I mean?
it was brought up on the movie about the process of what happened to it. That
Voyager was built and sent back to Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
From
Voyager was modified to become
Yeah.
Voyager.
Yeah. So Voyager was actually it lost contact with Earth for a while. In real life, actually, that is true. It did lose because there was 2 or 3 of them that were sent up.
2.
Mm-hmm. And the one that was Voyager lost contact with Earth for a while, and that's actually something that did happen for a little while. But then it all of a sudden started back up and went on its way. Because at one time we thought we had lost that Voyager, and that's the one that actually left the outer atmosphere.
Voyager 1, Roger.
That's the one that left the solar system here recently. So that actually is the Voyager everybody's talking about when it comes to Voyager. Just so you know, so we could be having a close encounter from a mechanical kind in the future.
Maybe.
It's a cool story. I like how that actually worked out. And but the whole thing of it is everybody thought it was lost, but it was able to come back to life. And it's like that rover that's on Mars, okay? The lifespan has gone on longer than what they expected. It should have already stopped functioning by now. And nobody even pays attention to that. Like, you realize it's still kicking, and it's years and years after it was supposed to run out of energy.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence, baby. Artificial intelligence.
It wouldn't be artificial. It would be actual intelligence, surely.
Well, let's get Tan's take on that. What do you think, Tan?
I've been shouting at all you guys all this time, and then I just realized I've been muted. Jeez. All that time you were talking about that Star Trek bald chick, balded chick, and I was asking you stuff, and nobody replied. Whew.
Well, now that you're unmuted, ask me the questions.
I forgot what I was trying to ask. What were you going to ask me?
Well, I was going to ask you.
Well, hold up. I'm going to ask them the questions because you'll go down a tangent, and I want to ask them serious ones. Now, do you think freaking it's amazing that the rover on Mars is actually still functioning when it should have ran out of energy a long time ago?
Yeah. What, is it powered by the sun? Is it running on solar power or what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
The solar energy is right there on its back, but it should have. They said that it should have ran out of. It shouldn't have be able to function now.
Should have broken down, right?
They claimed that they went to the other one that did break down and took its power source and put it into that one. That was about 4 years ago.
What the power source is the only thing that broke down? It seems
Yeah, the battery.
unbelievable. I mean,
Yeah.
there are other hardwares in the.
And they found the other one that shut down.
It doesn't like the environment on the moon is such that it doesn't get corroded, breaks down. Interesting.
Now this one is on Mars.
Oh, Mars.
Yeah.
Oh, Mars.
And you would think that would even be worse
Even
because
further. How do they like replace the battery?
They used the one before the battery system closed. They used it. They found the other one. They opened up where it was at, slide it out
Using some
the
sort of
arm,
robot?
and then they slide that one out. They had like a 30-second delay before the battery power was gone. They switched over. They did from one to the other.
I doubt if they had a 30-second delay.
Well, however they did, they have 30 seconds before the power would have been. They said that.
That's just NASA trying to be dramatical. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no way they were 30 seconds away from freaking everything going out, and they switched everything just in time. That's just Hollywood. Did you watch that on a movie or something?
Well, they said what they said that they found that the thing only has so much power for a specific amount of time before it shuts down. They had 30 minutes. They did.
Okay.
I would say that you have lost all credibility, and you are no longer a part of the scientific society. You have sold your soul to Hollywood, and that will be it, Robert. But yeah, I don't believe. I think that's more drama than it is anything else.
Well, it's a good possibility.
No, it does make sense that they would find the one that didn't function whenever, because there was two of them that were supposed to be dropped down there, and it would make sense that they found the second one and then recycled from it. You know, but the thing of it is with Voyager as well. Voyager, it just fixed itself. It's the best way. It was in the middle of space, and it went back online and continued its way through space like no big problem.
It was a
No. Little green men from Alpha Centauri were mechanics from Alpha Centauri.
Excited.
Well, I mean, this is not the episode that you're supposed to be talking about that on. Like we are on the Praetorian, and like if. Like you guys talked about me talking about aliens and you know little green men and stuff, and here you go talking about that kind of stuff, man. You should be ashamed of yourself. So
He's being precise.
well. What I was going to ask you is that I was wondering if there's any way for it to write up a thing where you can add things to it, where to find out if you put certain parts together, what would it be like, and how would an AI, what would an AI would able to look and say if it's actually how it would work. You add parts on a video.
Well, let me kind of step in on that. First of all, like people are selling into that shit like it's a good idea. Do not trust AI to do important stuff. It is not as intelligent as what everybody's giving it credit for. Okay. And I tell this to people all the time. Like you first of all, you need to know what the hell you're doing before you start using AI to freaking do stuff for you. Like if you're into coding and you know how to code, then yeah, use freaking AI to help you code. If you know what the hell you're doing. If you don't know anything about coding, you should not freaking just let coding or let AI just sit and do your coding for you and just rely on it 100%. Okay, that's crazy, and that goes with writing too. If you don't know freaking how to write, then you probably should freaking learn how to write before you start relying on freaking
Spell
AI
check,
to do the writing for it.
grammar check.
Right. Now, grammar checking might be a good idea because that takes out the whole thing with Grammarly. If people are like paying $200 a month for freaking proper grammar or spelling, maybe that would be a good use for Chat GPT. Ask them to check your spelling and stuff, make sure that it's proper.
So there are some use for AI in writing.
Yeah. Now,
is that artificial intelligence again? I remember grammar checking facilities in Microsoft Word 1993 too.
No, it's not.
Actually, one of the best grammar checkers I've ever come across came from, if you remember, the Lotus suite of application Office applications. There was a word processor that Lotus created called Ami Pro. And it's probably one of the best grammar checkers I've ever come across. And again, we're talking about an application, a set of applications that were around in 93, 94, 95.
No, don't mistake me. I'm not calling it AI. I'm calling it free. There's a big difference here.
Okay. I think Tan called it AI.
I mean, when it comes to like paying Grammarly $200 a month,
Grammarly has AI capabilities now.
that's sad, isn't it?
Everything's got artificial intelligence capabilities. Anything.
No, you should see some of the suggestions
The term
that
artificial
it gives you.
intelligence is so vague.
It only
Hell, this light has got artificial intelligence in it.
Let me tell you, don't get too excited. Only you should see the kind of correction or improvement suggestion that it gives from your writings. It's pretty
What's
good.
the difference between AI and automated?
Carbonated AI.
Okay, the difference between AI and automated.
Yeah.
Automated stuff is an actual thing. AI is just a marketing label.
No. I'm talking about
Yeah,
the way it
he's
works.
right, Robert. That's exactly what
Really.
it really is.
Yeah.
It comes down to that. And to be fair to automated is AI. Just to put it out there. I mean, that's all it is. It's just a faster automation.
Well, automated is?
No, AI.
AI would go the other way. Well,
Oh.
AI is just automation. Again, AI is just it's a meaningless term.
It's a faster way of automating stuff, basically. Like
Basically. So yeah, AI is just a market term. It means absolutely nothing.
Well,
whereas automation is an actual process.
Well, you need to really look at that when it comes to the things that are happening, because SEO is out. It's going out the door. It's no longer a search engine. It's a freaking search answer. Okay, instead of you looking at an engine for freaking as to search things out, all you're going to do is be asking it questions, and it's going to give you the answers you want. Okay.
I can still search for specific sites.
it's not going to be according to SEO anymore. It's going to be.
It is for a while. It's I'm not going to buy into this sort of thing.
Most people who don't buy into it are the ones who still believe DuckDuckGo doesn't have backdoors. I'm just saying.
DuckDuckGo is just a a backdoor. What do you mean backdoor?
Oh, they're not. People aren't listening or pulling data off of their website, their browser.
Yeah, DuckDuckGo, Startpage, they both aggregate data from Google and Bing.
And people still believe that their data doesn't get freaking stolen from DuckDuckGo. Like.
Oh, it doesn't get stolen. To steal something, you've got to take something so the original owner doesn't possess anymore.
What kind of data would you be really revealing to DuckDuckGo?
It's just an aggregator for other search engines. It aggregates data from other search engines.
They connect your name to the products you buy, to the things you search.
You don't have to log interested in to DuckDuckGo.
Things of that nature.
Well, I was wondering, they got this new thing they're selling. They are Google is Google CPU. I was wondering, they got their own CPU they're selling for the computers.
Okay.
Have you guys ever heard of that?
That's an old thing. It used to be, it's years ago. It's called a search appliance.
Yeah.
Which is a box, basically a box that that has a search engine on it that you can.
Oh, your CPU.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused. So we're talking about a device that allows you to search.
Yeah,
it doesn't display the page.
It's a search appliance that you can use to index corporate, web page, corporate data.
Okay.
And then use Google search to search those data.
You could put that into your computer, that CPU.
It's by itself. It's like a computer in itself. It's like a headless computer.
Now, see, the thing about that is that might be a thing of the past too, because Google is now coming out with its own brand of computer systems too. So
it's been pushing Chromebooks for.
Well, you mean the Chromebooks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The browser-based laptops.
So
more ARM-based machines.
Now, with me, I keep telling everybody like that's the reason why Google's doing all this stuff with AI when it comes to their search engines and stuff and their algorithms. It's because they are going to be breaking away, becoming more autonomous for their own interests, and you're going to see like the new Microsoft setup, where like Microsoft, you can get Microsoft set up on your computer.
Don't forget, Google's have phones, right?
Google's been replicating Microsoft sells
Google sells
Microsoft
Android
for a long
phones.
time.
Their phones have Gemini built in.
Chromebooks with Gemini built into the Chrome operating system and the Chrome browser.
It's going to be separate. Like, there's not going to be any Microsoft involved with it, is what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what I was bringing up last time. Oh, that's why I was getting that idea about that big machine that they were showing.
Well, it's more than that. It's not that complicated. Like, you know how whenever you get a new computer and you set it up, and Microsoft runs it through their Windows program. Or you do the same thing with Linux. That's what's going to end up happening with Google. Google is going to be.
It's already happened. It's been happening, like I said, for the last decade, if not longer now.
I've never even known that they've had their own system.
You've come across Chromebooks before.
Well, Chromebooks is set up with Windows, though, aren't they?
No, Chromebooks, Chrome OS.
Oh, see, I didn't know about Chrome OS.
Just nothing Linux kernel based.
Oh, Linux, yeah. See, that's still Linux.
It's a
No,
specific
the
Linux
OS,
kernel based.
On the laptops, the Chromebooks, Chrome has
Yeah.
what's powering those Chromebooks.
It's interesting. I need to check into that. 'Cause that's the next direction I need to figure out.
Yeah, they're doing all this. How's that's going to work with what you call like web satellite? You know, where they use it. You know, you like your phones and all that.
He always keeps coming back.
He's
to that
obsessed with satellites.
Well, they do have web phones where for the inner.
Well, Robert, people aren't like technology. These satellite companies are freaking fighting a battle they're just not going to win. Okay, it's going to be done and over with eventually. They're not going to have freaking all of this satellite internet shit. Like, it's just the latency. Okay, the latency with satellite freaking internet is ridiculous. They're still trying to figure out how to get freaking lower at orbit freaking satellites into orb or around the Earth so that freaking the latency will go down. Like, the farther away these satellites are from the Earth, the more latency it has. And
Well,
it's a big issue, and like they're trying to put up drones in the middle of the sky that's going to fly around all the time so that they can get rid of latency issues. And they're saying, oh, it's to help bring internet to third world countries and shit, and that's not the case. The case is they know that they're fighting a battle that they're not going to be able to win. Okay, because of latency, literally just because of latency.
Did you what's his name? The one that has the electric cars. Well,
Musk.
did you see his new? Yeah, did you see his new thing? What they're doing in space? They got these things about a little bit bigger than like a 60, about the size of a 64. They're small, but they're level 3 in the low orbit area. They have no engine, but they're small. But they're they're miniaturized satellites. They are. They're perfectly circle third level of the thing. Well, that's what I've seen on there. There's like 3 different, and each one for different programs for different things.
I just realized that he's trying to root for the underdog. You know what I mean? It's like Robert wants the freaking satellite companies to win.
Well, Starlink is being bought by people. Not sure why. No, mind you, looking at US telecommunication infrastructure anyway, it's pretty poor. I can sort of understand why US citizens are buying Starlink. But again, it's just another form of telecommunication infrastructure.
The only people that this kind of stuff is going to work out for is Canadians who live far north, or people in Norway.
The Sahara Desert.
Well, yeah, maybe them, but like people in Scandinavia,
Antarctica, maybe.
Yeah, stuff like that. But other than that, it's not going to be very useful for anybody else. Maybe people who are in the Middle East or something, or areas like that. But I don't see it actually being useful.
Extremely poor telecommunication in areas with very poor telecommunication infrastructure.
Yeah. Really, it is. And because I'm saying this because, like when we were talking about gaming, all right, now a lot of people they do not understand how intensely fast the gaming freaking internet is. Like it is insanely fast. If you want real time, freaking, you go and play an internet game, dude, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is real time. And they can't do that in programs that do stuff like what we're doing here with Jitsi and freaking OBS and stuff. And especially music, if with these guys who are musicians and they're trying to sing together and play music together, they can really pick up on it too. Like the latency is horrible. Okay. And when you get in, when you go and you see how fast it is in the gaming industry compared to freaking how it is with this stuff, you take a look at that and then you tell me satellite's still going to keep going. It's not there.
I don't know. Again, when it comes to games, I prefer playing single player games. So,
Yeah, now they come out with 4-player games.
Well, 8, 10, 20,
Yeah,
2,000, 8,000, a billion.
I just played a really, really cool game with 8 different people. It was called Alien Swarm. And we had 8 people on a freaking team, dude, and we were kicking butt, man. And it was all 8 of us. And you don't get too many chances to play a freaking game with 8 people. All right. And I mean, it just, for me, that was a big deal. And these days, these younger people, they it's no big deal. It's like whatever.
Again, just give me a game, a single player game. I mean, again, it depends on what sort of games you're playing. But...
Okay, so we're coming up 5 minutes until 2 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and end this here, and I before we leave, I want to go ahead and put the socials out and see if you guys want to give your socials. I'd appreciate it. Tan, you want to tell everybody how they can get a hold of you if they want to talk to
you? Well, usually I'm on minds.com and the handle is TH2Tran, but mine's been kind of in a crappy state lately, so I don't know how long I'm going to
be there. Just because there was an issue yesterday, Tan's been all upset and he wants to run
it's
away.
More nervous. It's more nervous.
I'm all jaded now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, with that being said, how about you, Mark? How can people get in touch with you?
I am not going to run away from Minds because all my content is already there. I'm not going to start forgetting all about my previous content just because of one minor issue. So yeah, you can find me on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay, so
I'm not going to jump ship like Tan.
So are you making a resolution? Is that what this is? This is Mark Edworthy's resolution.
Making a promise.
Well, I've been on Minds. I've done so much on Minds since 2017. I've even provided community support.
I tell you what, I've gotten so pissed.
I'm going to be like those poor little violin players on the Titanic. I'm going to go down with the ship.
Yeah, but you're not even active on Minds, Mark.
Well, with you,
I've got posts coming up in the next day.
Okay.
With you two are kind of like I am. I've been so pissed with Minds throughout the years, and I still freaking keep sticking around there. So I can listen to you talk now, but I know that it's just a little shit because I should have left Minds a long time ago. Okay, I know. I'm still there for 2. So, With that being said, you can find me on minds.com as Roger_Hanson. You can also find us in the group section for the Praetorian. This is also a part of our stream once a week for Minds Roundtable weekend event, which you can also find that group on Minds as well. If you guys like this stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments below. And we'd love to hear your feedback in the comments section. And thank you guys for being a part of the panel tonight. And I felt really good about being able to do another episode of the Praetorian, because it's like I said, I've been able to do all the other shows, but it's been a while since I've been able to do one for just the Praetorian. And I'm glad we were able to do that tonight. So,
Hey Tim, I was wondering if us two, that you guys that does computers and programs, I would like to do a thing where the technology with farming and all that to it.
well,
What, you want to do a show about mining and farming technologies?
Yeah, like
Okay.
the different types of farming with the different types of computers.
I'm trying to end the show, man.
Oh.
This is like the second time he's done this shit.
We can talk after.
Yeah.
We'll keep talking after he ends the show.
Okay.
So with that, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, like, subscribe, share, make comments, and we will talk to you later. I hope you have a good day and evening, whatever time of the day it is for you. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. One.
All right.
Well, sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
Whatever, dude. That was the second.
I know.
Did it on the second or the one before this too. He's got to end it. He's got to say something before he ends that stream. I'm like, dude.
You got to end it before you say something.
Yeah.
Well, it's an ideal that because with all the stuff that's coming out with technology for farming, how far it goes into it and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is this an interest of yours, Tom? Do you know anything about farming technology?
Me? No.
Well, no, probably not. But he could explain about for what he does. How does it work? How does it fit into other fields of farming?
With corporate enterprise software, he doesn't deal with farm based.
I just received good news from Mob Dubs. She says, guys, guess what? I have a private server. I am so happy. So
Wow.
That's
server.
Good news for her.
What VPS?
So we migrate from mines onto Lovable then?
Well, I don't know for sure if private server would probably.
What do you mean by private server? I actually got a machine built up in a house.
That's what I'm thinking. It would have to be. That's how I determine like a private server.
Or actually got a third-year private server contract, or.
That's not really a private server. That's actually a third party. If it's a third party, it's not a private server. I'm hoping that she got one that's inside of the house. That would be cool for her.
If it's a contract, if it's a host contracted to a loan, then you could argue that it's a private server.
If she's got a server in her house, it's going to be hard to maintain IP.
Not necessarily. Some of us have been working as sysadmins for decades now. So, not necessarily.
Does that mean you have a reliable connection to your home server all the time?
And
Or if your internet IP address changed?
And I do have
dynamic DNS.
I do have some more good news, by the way.
Yeah, but every time it changes, it takes a few hours. But
or you could use something like reach through an open VPN or VPN, a site-to-site VPN.
I do have some good news as well on Kick. Our AI mod blocked a spammer from.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's really good. Then Kevin Owens 2. Yo, bro, just wanted to show some real love for your stream because you genuinely got crazy potential. And I'd love to connect with you on a top Twitch streamer who pulls thousands of live views and has over 581K plus followers.
Why is he trying to sell us?
He sounds like a marketer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous how bad all of that stuff is, and it's like you sit there and you wonder, it's like with all these views that you're supposedly getting, how many of them are actually bots and worth anything? You know what I'm saying? It's worthless even trying to freaking to be honest, like because
I know AI and bots they can tell. They can tell apart from one another, can't they?
No.
Both of them are just marketing terms. They are just automated scripts. At the end of the
You're gonna
day.
make his head explode. You keep talking, Rob.
Yeah, Jesus Christ! If I end up with a question about artificial intelligence, I'm going to shoot
his head.
Intelligence of the bloody backside.
There's two things that Mark hates talking about, and that is AI and cryptocurrency.
You're driving me to cigarettes, you know.
Yeah.
You are literally driving me to smoke.
Well, at least it's not
How fast are you
alcohol.
going?
At least it's not alcohol. You haven't. Oh, dude, you
gotta watch out. You might get a speeding ticket.
Bob Dub was reading. Hold up.
What time does the supermarket open? I've got enough half an hour before the supermarket opens.
I want to tell you something that I found out that was horrible. And this is something last week me and Bob Dub were doing our readings, okay? And she was reading The Orange Man. And she got to a point where they were talking about freaking having to wait for supplies because they were out of freaking alcohol. Okay. So these guys are sitting around there waiting for the alcohol and the stuff to come in, and they get pissed off. And guess why? Because they were waiting for the beer, and the beer ended up being ginger beer. I'm like, are you
actually? Funny enough, I was down Morrison's, I think, a couple of days ago, and I was really tempted to pick it up. But I did see some alcoholic ginger beer, something like 5%, and bottles of pints.
They were pissed off because they got a truckload or a shipment of ginger beer. Like that was just the horriblest thing on the face of the planet.
I love ginger. I love ginger beer.
It was out of the book that Bob Dub was reading the other day, and I was just so amazed by that. I was like, what the hell, dude? Like I remember what was it? Ginger beer, and then what is it? Wheat beer or something like that. Now I could understand if it was like butter beer. Nobody likes butter beer.
I've never tried butter. I thought there's a fictional thing from book.
No, on if you go to Disney World, they sell butter beer. So.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that, we tried that in Japan. Butterbeer.
Yep. They said you gotta be careful because when you drink it, if you have like a beer or something, it'll stick to your freaking nose and it'll literally stick to your face if you have facial hair. I don't know.
It was very mild.
Actually, ginger beer doesn't have to, in the UK law, ginger beer doesn't have to be alcoholic. It can contain trace amounts of alcohol, using under 0.5%.
Beer without being alcoholic.
I saw some really good actual alcoholic ginger beer just a couple of days ago.
Hey, Roger.
Yeah.
Boy, thank goodness Bear was not around. Because remember how what he did with that butter up there at the house that time?
Yeah.
Just imagine if that was around. Oof.
Bear was my old Labrador. He was half Labrador and half Golden Retriever. And one day we had to leave the house, so we put him in the bathroom because he wasn't used to the house. So what happened is he somehow got into the butter earlier, and he had eaten all of the butter, and we put him in the bathroom, and he just shit all over the freaking bathroom, and then slid it all over it. So we get home, man, and the whole bathroom is just smeared with dog shit everywhere.
And smell.
And poor Bear's just sitting there in the middle of the bathroom with crap all over him. I was like, oh my god! So I had to clean the floor, clean the bathroom, and give him a bath on top of all that. It was.
He would sit there, lay next to you. He didn't have to part, man. That would just come crawling out.
Okay, so
you don't leave him the house to himself. Just
just that one time.
You never left Bear alone. Okay, Bear.
In the house.
No, anywhere. Like okay, Bear. Whenever freaking I would let him like run, he would freaking do weird shit. Like I turn around and I let him go at the park. He ran straight for the ducks. Now the thing of it is Bear was a big dog, okay, but he was a chicken. So he ran to these ducks like he was going to be Mr. Tough Guy. And the moment one of those ducks lifted his head up like he was going to do something, Bear stops dead in his tracks, tucks his tail, and just walks away. He comes right back up to me.
Sounds like my panda.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he'll play it off like he's a tough guy, and then when he got off of his chain, he would like run around the block, and I would sit on the porch waiting for him because he would always run around the block and come up on the porch and just stare at me like, "Look, I've gotten away. What are you gonna do?" And I'd just sit there and look at him like, "Whatever, dude." And he'd just do it again.
Bear was a big dog. He was, you know, the big log chains.
Mm-hmm.
We had to tie him up with a tractor tire. And we had to take one of my metal fence posts, pound it into the ground where the doghouse was. For him to put that thing over, it takes 3 people to pick up the tires, slide it over the thing. And he had to use one of the big aluminum pans for water and food. Because that boy, he could drink and he could snap regular chains. He can. If they're not that big around, man, he would just snap some suckers and take off.
Well, he wasn't raised that way. Whenever I had him, I raised him up where he didn't have a collar even.
Yeah.
And he was never like chained up, so he didn't understand all that.
But boy,
and whenever he got to Illinois, he couldn't cope with that kind of stuff. So.
But he was the cop boy. He would sit there next to you. When I would go to bed, he would follow me in there, go to sleep.
Mm-hmm. I had him actually hand trained where I could give him hand commands. He'd sit down, he'd lay down. I knew all the commands and stuff. And a friend of mine, Rita, helped me train him. And she taught me, like, you don't, first of all, if you're going to train a dog, you never freaking use treats to do it. You give them affection. You know what I mean? Yeah. Everybody's always trying to train their dogs with a freaking nice treat and stuff. And like, first of all, you teach them hand commands, and then when you go to train them, you don't give them treats. You give them affection for a reward, because that's what they really want. They want your affection, you know. So I started doing that, and I started learning the hand commands, and that's how I taught him. When it comes to commands, chows are really good with it, but they're dumb as bricks too in other ways. But when it comes to like training them, doing commands and stuff, like, they're really, really good at it. But
but they're not really smart in other ways. You got to be watchful around them because a lot of people think like pit bulls are the most dangerous animals, and they're not. The worst ones is the chow. Chows are probably the most aggressive dog you can find.
Well,
Well, it's not really aggressive per se. It's like it's the sort of nurture sort of thing.
Well, they're shifty though. You got to
Yeah.
understand that about chows. They're really shifty. Like you
Oh.
look at a chow and you think, oh, they're nice, pretty fluffy dog, but like their background, like you know, you know their background, right? They're actually hunting dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they're really interesting, and war dogs too. They've been known to be trained for war dogs.
There, one day, took that other dog by the throat, hold him down with his legs up, and I had to walk up and make that bear release that dog because he had him by the throat. And the person was snooping around the yard at 3 in the morning. Bear was barking and all that. Becky came up and told me. I went out there, find out that this person was dressed all in fatigue, big old trench coat and all that. Walking in the second house, you see him popping out, walking down the road farther down. I was just watching him, but no one did. Before that, we put him there next to the window of the house because someone was sitting there watching at my mom's and Becky's bedroom window, and we decided to put him there, and he was barked enough that everyone was alerted that someone was there. And he kept that person away.
I don't believe any of that though, because my sister's ugly, dude. Like nobody's gonna.
Actually, did see the person.
Whatever, dude. Like, she's ugly, and ain't nobody gonna be sneaking out, looking in the window. Like if it was a hot chick, I could understand that, but that's whatever.
Beauty is in the beholder.
I'm just joking. Hopefully she's not listening because she'll have something to say about that later on. But anyhow,
yeah. Sorry, I was going to just say bang goes one subscriber.
I'm gonna walk away from all those old family stories Robert loves to be talking about, like especially when it comes to Bear, because like he was my favorite dog. He passed away, and he's the only dog I actually really.
We both got a like the old bear because Bear at night when I go outside.
We're done. I'm gonna end the stream, and we're done with the whole conversation about Bear. You're driving me nuts. So,
but tomorrow, let you guys know about tomorrow.
Yeah, if you guys want to do that, he's gonna be doing